check 1 2 2 2 2. Low, low. Check 1 2.
Hello again, everyone. If you are a speaker's guest and you have not yet received a ticket, please go outside and confirm that you're here and also collect your ticket. Thank you.
Kenya to Colombia, from Iraq to Korea, in slums, in schools, in prisons, and in theaters. Every day, people gather at TEDx events around the world to hear the best ideas bubbling up in their communities. Today, you are part of a global conversation about our shared future. So what is this TEDx? TEDx is an initiative of the TED Conference, a non-profit devoted to ideas worth spreading. We grant free licenses to allow TED-like events to spread globally. This event today is based on the TED Conference format and ideals, but is independently organized by your local community. So please make sure to thank the team of volunteers who worked so hard on today's event. It's their ideas, dedication, and time that made it all possible. It's they who booked all the speakers, and the views you'll hear today are, of course, those of those speakers, not necessarily of TEDs. We hope their talks spark an exciting conversation among you. This is a day for curiosity and for skepticism, for openness and for critical thinking, for inspiration and for action. The more you enter into it, the more you'll take out. And now, on with the show.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to TEDx Youth at STAISBangkok, St. Andrew's first ever TEDx event. Today, our theme will be a step in a new direction. Please enjoy an array of talks about a diverse group of topics by diverse personalities. Before we begin, I'd like to point out 3 things. Number 1, we'd like as least distractions during this as possible. So please either turn off your phones or put your phones on silent. Thank you. Secondly, in case of emergency, please calmly proceed to the fire exits at the main entrance and this door. Thank you. Please enjoy the proceedings. Our first speaker has traveled all over the world and has worked for Lonely Planet before. Please welcome Mark Beales.
Hello there. My name is Mark Beales, and for most of my life, I've been traveling. I've traveled for fun. I've been to around 50 countries in all different parts of the world. I've traveled to explore as a journalist. I've written humanitarian stories on several issues. And as a professional writer, I've written for Lonely Planet guidebooks, Insight Guides, and lots of other folk. And one of the things I've noticed when I'm traveling is that when you are taking a step in a new direction, literally, you're often doing it metaphorically, because you're challenging yourself to see the world in new ways. You're understanding how different people live their lives and the different struggles that they have sometimes. And so often when you're learning about the world around you, you're actually learning about yourself and how you deal with it. And so my talk today is really about some of my travel experiences and the effects they've had on me. I'd like to start with a story about this guy. This is Richard Branson, the owner of Virgin, multimillionaire. When he was very young, he was painfully shy, and he wouldn't talk to anybody. He wouldn't go outside of his comfort zone at all. And so when he was quite young, his mother had a plan. And one day, she was driving home from the shops, and she stopped the car about 3 miles from their home and said, "Richard, get out, find your own way home." And her plan was that he would be forced to interact. He'd be forced to open his eyes and see what was around him. And it worked. He started talking to people. And the plan worked almost too well. 10 hours later, Richard arrived home to a now slightly worried Mrs. Branson. And from then on, he became more gregarious and outgoing, and he opened up, and he understood what was happening in the world. And for me, I think that's a wonderful story, not the abandoning your child in the middle of nowhere. That's probably some safeguarding issues today about that. But being curious. And I think when we travel, being curious and wanting answers to the rest of the world is a hugely big thing. And it's something I've certainly tried to do when I've been traveling. Now, my journey starts here. This is Clacton-on-Sea. It's a town on the east of England. You can see lots of people travel to this place. For me, this is more of a holiday hell. The idea of lying on beaches and doing nothing. After about 10 minutes, I get itchy feet, not just because of the sand, but I want to get up and I want to explore and I want to basically get lost in somewhere. And when I was growing up, my parents had a similar idea, and we traveled around Europe on coach trips, went to France and Switzerland and Austria and lots of different places. And we had the same routine. Every time we went somewhere, we would go into a hotel, we would check in, unpack our bags, and then my father would disappear for an hour, maybe 2 hours, and he just wanted to kind of drink in the new place where he was and get the new sights and the new sounds and the smells and everything. And that's something I've certainly done when I've traveled. One of the most exciting things for me is arriving somewhere new where I don't really know anything. I'm pretty insignificant in the whole scheme of things. And I just want to get out and explore. And that feeling of being lost and then unraveling things and finding out where you are, for me, is fascinating. And that's something I've certainly tried to do as I've traveled. As I grew up, I went to various places and often traveled on my own to places I just wanted to check out. This is me about 10 years ago in Laos. This is quite a remote village in Laos. It took about 8 hours to trek to this place. It should have been 3, but it was monsoon season. And when I got there, I found the people were just as curious about me. Most of them hadn't seen a foreigner before. The government had only just recently relaxed rules and allowed foreigners to stay overnight. So I stayed overnight in this village, very, very basic. And in the morning, their school, which you can just see behind me there, we got out and I taught them English for an hour, taught them how to count from 1 to 10. And it was wonderful. The whole village came out, stared at this strange dude who was making strange hand signals and trying to communicate with them.
This way.
Sorry? Trying to communicate with them. And it was fun, it was amazing. And I think some of the best travel stories I've had are when you're actually interacting with people. Similarly, I went to Japan quite a long time ago now. Didn't know anything about Japan, didn't realize quite how few people spoke English when I went there. Was walking around this temple, and one day a guy came up to me and said, "Oh, can I help you? You're on your own, what are you doing here?" And I said, "Oh, just fancied seeing Japan." And he said, "Well, if you want, I can show you around. I'm learning English." He was Japanese. "I'll show you around." And 6 hours later, he was still showing me around. He gave up pretty much all of his Sunday in order to take me downtown Tokyo, had some noodles, hung out in places he used to hang out. We talked about various cultures, and it was a great experience. It was also very selfless. He didn't want anything. I couldn't even buy him the noodles because he was the host. In Japanese culture, he pays for everything. So it was a lovely moment, two people from completely different cultures interacting and getting on. And then as a journalist, I've traveled to various places. This is a story I did from Cambodia. There's a rubbish tip in Cambodia, and I heard about it, and I wanted to go and see it and see what was happening there. And when you get there, the first thing that hits you is the size of this place, the rubbish tip. It's several football pitches big, it's huge. The second thing that hits you pretty soon afterwards is the smell. It's intense, it stinks, it's really not that pleasant. And these families live in the heart of this rubbish tip. They've corrugated iron houses, but not even a house, a hut. And the children dive into the back of the refuse trucks when they pull into the tip, and they scavenge for pieces of metal or bits of plastic that they may be able to recycle and maybe buy a meal for that day. And so I wanted to try and find this place. Getting there was difficult because the taxi driver didn't quite understand why a tourist would want to go there. But when I did, again, you find people with all sorts of issues, but there's a commonality. They're curious about me, they're friendly, they're open, they're warm. And obviously I can't do much to change their situation. All I can do is write a story and hope that it raises awareness and maybe the right people will see that story. Similarly, I went to India. I went to New Delhi and Gujarati with a charity called Christian Aid, and I met a guy called Kailash Satyarthi. And Kailash has spent most of his life dealing with child servitude and bonded labor and slavery in India. And at the time I went, there was a problem where children were taken by unscrupulous people to weave carpets and maybe footballs and cricket balls. And they would be taken because their hands were quite small, so they were quite dexterous and they could make beautiful carpets. They were given almost no food and water, probably no money, very, very difficult conditions. And Kailash decided, well, this is wrong. and we need to do something. And so he set up a charity that went about raiding factories, and it's very dangerous. Several of his charity people have been murdered over the years. And I went to these ashrams. The people, when the children are rescued, they're taken to ashrams or sanctuaries, and they're given an education, but not the normal education. It's the education that even though you're from the lowest caste system, you have rights, and you don't have to put up with this. And now a lot of these children are village leaders back in their community trying to spread that message. This particular girl, she was breaking bricks by the roadside. Her whole family was in bonded labor. She's probably about 2 or 3 years older than you imagine, because she was malnourished. And I saw her in this ashram, and they put on the most amazing concert for me. They all got up, dressed up in the best clothes they had, and started singing these freedom songs. And it still resonates with me now, because you know that every word they were singing, they'd lived it. They really believed in what they were saying. And it was a fascinating experience to go there and write a story and raise awareness that says, if you're going to buy a carpet, look out for this little label. It says it was made responsibly. And so I could do that a little bit. And Kailash is still rescuing people. I read last week he's now rescued about 84,000 children over the years, and he was awarded the Nobel Peace Prize a couple of years ago. He's an amazing, amazing character. My journey continued in 2004. I moved to Thailand. This is me at a rocket festival up in the northeast of Thailand. And again, as I moved here, I started working for Lonely Planet and continued trying to meet local people and engage with them. And working for Lonely Planet in particular is fascinating. As a travel writer, you're forced to go places perhaps you wouldn't normally go to. You're forced to do research in places to a greater depth than you normally would need to. And the greatest buzz is then seeing somebody with your book in that place and hopefully getting a similar experience because of what you've been able to research. There's a couple of stories about Lonely Planet. This is a town called Sangkhlaburi in Kanchanaburi in Thailand. This is the longest wooden bridge in Thailand. It's a beautiful place, very, very serene, very scenic. And there's a Mon village on one side and a Thai town on the other. It's very remote. Even more remote than this is a town called Pilok, which is about an hour and a half away from here. To get there, you have to take a meandering serpentine road. It's very, very beautiful, very scenic, very mountainous. When you get there, there's not much there, except people who are welcoming and want to show you around. And I was wandering around this place a bit like my father getting lost. And I went up a grassy hill, and at the top of the hill, I saw 2 soldiers staring back at me, clutching rifles. And I thought, that's probably not good. So I kind of stared at them awkwardly for 30 seconds, and they kind of stared at me awkwardly for 30 seconds. And then I kind of waved at them. And they sort of looked at each other, and one of them waved back a bit nervously. And I went over to them and said, in my pidgin Thai, like, hello, how are you? And in their pidgin Thai, we had a conversation, because these were Burmese soldiers, and I'd stumbled across the Thai-Burmese border. Except it wasn't really a border. Nobody in their right mind would cross there. There was nothing at all to stop anybody walking over. And it was another nice moment of 2 people, different cultures, just having a moment, if you like, and exchanging ideas. This is, excuse my Thai, Nam Tok Hue Mer Kamin, which is also in Kanchanaburi. For me, it's the most beautiful waterfall in Thailand. It's also really, really hard to get to. And sometimes as a travel writer, you spend a whole day getting to this place. It only gets maybe 2 lines or 3 lines in the book, but you have to go and check that it's there and check that it's actually okay to visit. And for me, these were steps in lots of new directions, because I had to take a ferry, go off-road, trek, get back on another ferry, go off-road a bit more. It took all day. It was almost sunset by the time I got there. But when you get there, you reach it and you think, wow, this is amazing. It's such a beautiful place. It's so serene. It was so worth the effort and the struggle and the hassle to get there. And then the following year, they built a road right up to the entrance. So now you can drive there in no time at all. It's very, very, very simple to get to. And so for me, what have I learned about traveling when you are taking steps in new directions? How does it help you metaphorically to do that? I think the first thing is appreciating other cultures, realizing that there are other cultures and they're not right or wrong or better or worse, they're just different. And the more that we actually see them, rather than just looking at them on Google or going on YouTube and seeing things, but actually meeting people, it really helps you appreciate that. And equally, empathizing with people, going to see people who have different stories, fascinating stories. It's much, much, much more than just, in today's world, it's very globalized, and it's all about taking selfies and the bucket lists and all those sort of things. For me, it's not really about how many likes that you get. It's much more about getting to like the place where you are and understanding where it is. And so finally, this is my journey where I am now. This is my son, Daniel. You can see Daniel is also, like his grandfather and father, very, very curious. He's curious about the sky. He's curious about beer. He's curious about anything he can get his hands on, mostly things he shouldn't get his hands on. And for me, I really hope that as he grows up and he starts to travel, that all of us, not just him, but all of us, have a chance to take meaningful steps that are rewarding and fascinating and meaningful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Beales, for a riveting talk. Our next speaker will highlight how the ability to consider different perspectives could potentially help us all work together. More specifically, she'll be talking about how considering cultural and religious viewpoints can help us all develop a more nuanced worldview. Please welcome Mona from International School, Wells International School.
All right, hello. Before I begin, I'd like to say one thing. I am a Muslim. Yeah. A year ago, I would have been reluctant to say this, scared even, because I was afraid the way that people perceived me, the way that people perceive Muslims would affect the way they perceived me. And that is what we're here to talk about today, perception. It might seem trivial, but perception is a huge part of our lives. A huge factor in determining how we see people, how we interact with them, which is why it's so important that we all need to be aware of the effect that perception can have. Oftentimes, people have a negative perception of a certain religious group or a certain ethnicity. Say, for example, when I say the word Muslim, you might think of terrorists, killers, or oppressors. And I don't blame you for that, because that is the way our brains are primed to see things. From the things we see that have occurred in the world, from the things that the media presents to us, we see so many things that it's practically impossible not to have preconceived notions or a fixed perception of a certain ethnic group or religious group. Trust me, I've experienced it firsthand. So there's this one weird fact about me is that I'm half Thai and half Saudi Arabian, but I'd never been to Saudi Arabia up until I was 12. But I had plenty of time before that to build up my thought as to what that country would be like. And of course, again, when I say the word Saudi Arabia, you might think of a country with oppressed rights, where people have limited rights, where women are treated unequally, where men and women aren't given the same standards. And I don't blame you for that, again, because that is what the media shows us. That is how we see things, how we perceive things. So when I was going into Saudi Arabia, even when I was 12, I walked in with a fixed perception of things that were there. Like, I saw things like women not being able to drive, saw the men in my family not being given more opportunity and more freedom than the women. I saw women not being able to walk down the streets because they were afraid, women not being able to be themselves, not even in the middle of the day. And from my perspective, this was unacceptable. I was angry, I felt rage. But then, the rage that I felt didn't present any solutions. By sticking with my own perception, my fixed perception of the situation, all I felt were negative emotions, but I couldn't see a way to solve the problem. So then I thought, maybe I should change the way I was seeing things. Instead of sticking with my own perception, I tried to see things from the woman's perspective. I tried putting myself in their shoes, and I began to understand. The anger I felt diminished away and came sympathy and understanding. I saw how many of the issues that I thought were unacceptable, or how you might thought were unacceptable, were just cultural or religious norms. And the way I was angry at the women for not speaking up for themselves, for not fighting for their own rights, I saw that instead they were fighting in their own way. I saw how my cousins, in their colleges and in their schools, they were standing up, they were talking about things, they were talking about ways to fix the solution. By doing something as simple as changing my perspective, the solutions to the problem presented itself, and I was able to cross a cultural barrier. So now, back to the topic at hand. Due to increased globalization of the world, ideas are able to spread more easily. Like how things we see in the media contributes to our misconceptions, false perception, and the formation of stereotypes. And if we only see things from our own point of view, from our perspective, and not consider how someone else might view the same situation, numerous problems could occur. For example, the increase in hate crimes in America right now. From their fixed perception, they perceive a certain group of people, like Muslims, as a threat. And this is due to their ignorant views and their own fixed perception. A solution to this is fairly simple. Those people just need to consider things from the other side's perspective, and maybe that will invoke just enough in them that these fights stop. Just by putting yourself in someone else's shoes, experience the world as they're experiencing. That way, you can improve upon your own humanity, your own sympathy, and understand why people do things the way they do. And today, we see the effects of this all over the world. The effects of people who are close-minded, people who refuse to see from other people's perspectives. And the result of this is hatred. The result of this is discrimination. The result of this is strengthened stereotypes. Of course, just seeing things from other people's perspectives won't just fix anything. The real solution here is to consider things from other people's perspectives while also sticking to your own ideas. And that way, we could come to an understanding and work towards a solution together. Just imagine how many people out there are afraid to show the world who they are, like I was. Afraid to be themselves, like I was, just because they were scared that society would perceive them differently if they do. It's not a small problem. People can get hurt. Your own perception, can kill someone's hopes and dreams, like it once did mine. Just because your perspective could make someone lose their will to live, lose their will to be themselves, like I was. A year ago, never would I ever thought that I'd be standing on this stage proud to say that I am a Muslim. Never would I have thought that I'd be proud standing here against people's perception of how I might need to behave or how I might be and stand up for myself. Your perspective could make a difference, which is why I'm here. To ask any of you who is listening to consider changing your own perspective, even just for a little moment. Step out of yourself and see things from other people's point of view. Even just for a small moment of time, it could mean a lot to someone. It could make the world a better place. All this might sound a bit uncertain or unrealistic to you, like, how can a tiny change in perspective make so much of a difference? Well, honestly, I don't know whether changing people's perspective would allow us to go into a better world for sure, but there is one thing that I do know for sure, that a change in perspective would allow us to take a step into a new direction. And that is what our world needs right now, a step in a new direction, a change in your perspectives so that the world isn't limited by hate or discrimination or crime. Just this tiny change in perspective, our world could become a better place. People could stop fighting, stop hating, stop going against each other. And that is what our world really needs right now, a change in perspective. Thank you.
That was certainly a thought-provoking talk, Mona. Our next speaker will be speaking about an issue that's very close to all of us, stereotypes and body image. Please welcome Mild from St. Andrews Green Valley onto the stage.
So, as I walked up on the stage, you probably have some initial thoughts of what type of person I am. You might judge it from what I look like, what I'm wearing, but most likely, my gender. As you can see, I'm a girl. And by being a girl, many people in our society think I'm shy or quiet. Well, I'm none of that. My name is Mild, I'm 16 years old, and I'm a head girl in my school, and I have been to various MUN conferences. However, with all the things I have done, you, on a small chance, may also assume the opposite. But why do we have these assumptions of people that we just met? These assumptions come from all the stereotypes that have been mounted in our heads from all the things we see and read. Have you ever wondered where all these stereotypes come from? 2 words, mass media. The media have been telling us who we are, what we should look like, and what we should do. As a girl in this generation, the generation where the media have all the power, I can tell you that they are putting us into a mold and telling us that we are not enough. We are not skinny enough. We are not pretty enough. And we are not smart enough. for us to shrink our dreams and ambition to fit in. For years, the media have been brainwashed our brains, and this has been happening since the day we were born. And if you don't believe me, let me walk you through a story of a typical young girl's life. As a baby, she would come across these Barbies and Ken dolls, telling her that life in plastic is fantastic. And as she grows older, she sees Disney movies showing beautiful princesses chasing after their handsome prince for love. And in her teenage year, she sees gorgeous Victoria's Secret models and muscular Magic Mike showing off their perfect body in the spotlight. Have you noticed anything similar in each stage of her life? If not, let me tell you. All the characters, people, and dolls have what we consider as the ideal body image. This is the body that we all are trying to achieve, to have long hair, long legs, flat stomach, and everything else that is considered perfect in this not so perfect world we are in. This shows that we are exposed to these messages so early on in our life that we have to spend energy, time, and money to try and achieve it. However, this perfect body is unachievable because what the media deems as perfect is flawlessness and perfection, with no scars, wrinkles, or even pores. The problem is we think that everyone in the world have the perfect body, but in reality, only 5% of the world have what the media deems as perfect. So why do we see it so often? We see it so often because media splashes all the images of the 5% everywhere. And if they can't find the 5%, they will manipulate images to get the 5% and put them in movies, billboards, and even in cartoons. And they are not going to stop because beauty is a $250 billion a year industry. In a Dove campaign called Evolution, it shows how the image we see are constructed. And this is a girl before the shoot. We can see her everywhere, in school, on the street, in shopping malls. She's not the type of girl you would walk past and think. She could be on magazine covers or billboards. But with the magic of Photoshop, this is her after the shoot. A recent study by J. Walker Smith, president of a marketing firm, shows that we are exposed to 3,000 to 5,000 advertisements like these daily. So no wonder our images of beauty is distorted. So as you can see, the image behind me is a before and after of a photo shoot. Have you noticed any differences? The differences that you see have a major effect on our generation. According to Daily Mail, girls as young as 12 want plastic surgery. And last year, 24,000 teenagers had plastic surgery to try and achieve the unrealistic and unattainable image. Also, according to the American Psychological Association, girls who are exposed to sexualization through advertisement have the 3 most common mental health problems: eating disorder, low self-esteem, and depression. Some of you might be sitting there thinking, men doesn't have any of this to worry about, right? Wrong. These problems also affect the male population, where the media tell them to add inches, bulk up, and build more, while at the same time telling them not to feel emotion because it is perceived as unmanly. And a new study shows that 18% of teenage boys are concerned about their physique and weight. And we can see that this is happening more and more because we learn so early on in our life that we will be judged and criticized for how we look. And if we are not perfect, we will be made fun of in AdWords like these. Why are we doing this to our future? Imagine a future where everyone has insecurity, a future where everyone looks the same, be 175 centimeters tall, weight 50K. Is that the future you want? We are not robots coming out of the assembly line. Each of us are unique, and don't let the media ruin our lives, our self-confidence, and self-love. We have to stop constantly asking ourselves and hating our own bodies, because we were never born to hate ourselves. This means it has to come from somewhere. We started hating because we are taught to hate. We hate because we learn to hate. So we have to unlearn our self-hatred and relearn self-love. To do this, we have to start within ourselves, you. Allow yourself to appreciate who you really are, and stop caring so much about what other people think. Because in reality, everyone is worrying about what other people think about them as much as you do too. So we have to focus on what we can do, not what we look like, and start asking ourselves what we want to do, not what our parents, teachers, or friends want us to do. We have to have the courage to take risks, because courage is not the absence of fear. It's the willingness to take risks and be prepared to fail. So if you have an idea, don't wait to try it. Do it and get started right away. And don't fear the failure, because perfection is not a human quality. And throughout history, we have seen so many amazing young women who have the courage to take risks and step outside of society more, despite what other people say. They are the girls who speak up and make a difference, the girls who make the most out of their education, and girls who strive for success and make the most out of the opportunity that they get. And you can be one of these girls and more. We are here to break the mold, to be different, to stand out in the crowd, to show the media that we as a society are fed up with all the images and billboards that they have dumped upon us, with unattainable beauty standards that ruin our self-confidence, and the gender stereotype that put us into a box. And we are all here together to empower ourselves and others to be different, because there is no other person like you. You are capable and you are unique. Never let anyone tell you that you aren't. So be you, be real, be different. Be the person you want to become. Thank you.
Thank you for such an interesting and personal perspective on a very diverse issue, Mild. When a child told our next speaker, "Nope, I'll never go to school," she took a step forward. When her team told her it's impossible to stop domestic violence, she took another step forward. These steps are what rock the normally quite cut and dry process of child protection, and that's what the Baan Foundation does every day. Please welcome the founder of the Baan Foundation, Magali Duparc-Costa, onto the stage.
Thank you. I have to do something. Okay. No. Oh my God, no, sorry. Yeah, this one is the beginning one, the first one. So everything happened 15 years ago. Not only I fell in love 15 years ago with my husband in Chiang Mai, but both of us, we decided to give to our life a new direction. So both of us, with some Thai friends, very close, we all together started this foundation, where every year we are working with 1,000 children, very vulnerable, and we bring them to access education, school, but also health services, vaccinations, and protection. A lot of child protection. This is our daily commitment. And since 15 years, wherever I can be in the world, they keep calling me, "Oh, Magali, where are you?" Okay, I'm living in New York, so yeah. Okay, but we have a problem, we have a challenge, we have a situation that is very complicated. The children doesn't want to go to school, and the mother neither, and nobody, and how we can do. And so sometime in my work, in my life, I have to come back to the field. I have to go with them in the slums and in the stories, in each houses, to understand what's happening, and to do the step forward with them, to give them a new direction, to move on, because we have to go out of the box in our work, and in all the work, actually. And so running away for me is a very common symptom I observe in the field, because when you go, you bring a book. You have a lot of children that they run into you, they want to read, etc. And you have a lot of other, they run away, they disappear. Oh, you can think, okay, they're scared of you, the social workers that are, no, me, I think they invite us to come and to meet them, to follow them, because they want to share their troubles, but outside of the group. And so this is how, a few years ago, I was living in Cambodia at that time, so I went to Chiang Mai, and the team bring me, in this community, very poor. And I met Sam. Sam was 8 years old. He came from Myanmar. He lost his dad and his two brothers in Myanmar from malaria. So he migrated with his mother and his two sisters. And this little boy, he was 8 years old, and the team told me, yeah, you know, he doesn't want to go to school. Oh yeah, really? And strangely, anytime we were coming in the slum, he was running. He was, for me, a professional runner, you know, this kind of ball. I said, okay, no, there is no way. We can't stop like that. We have to do something. We're speaking about a boy that actually was taking care of two other kids. So he was 8 years old, taking care of 4 kids, paid 40 baht a day for not going to school, to be stuck in the slum and to support. He was the man of the family, to support his mother. So what do I do? What can you do? So yeah, I stepped forward. I gave a new direction to the NGO at this time. I went back to see my hero, which is my husband, and he's the founder, actually. So I deal with him. We have to create a program for Sam and for all the other kids that are stuck in this house. So we, okay, let's go, let's try. I went back to Chiang Mai and I went to see Sam. And Sam, do you want to go to school? No, I don't want. I don't speak Thai. Okay, I went to see the mother. Oh, don't you want? We send Sam to school. No. He have to take care of the sisters. Okay, so I went to the social worker. We I don't know, we give food support, we did things to the mother, we help her. And no, because she really needs the money from Sam to afford her life with the 3 kids. And then I went at the top of the team. And the boss, guys, we give food support, we can support. No, Magali, because if I give food support to one family, I have to give equally to all the other family in the community. And it's right. So you know what? We created a program. We changed the whole system. And the program called Blueprints now is teaching all these kids to speak Thai, and he's sending all these kids, hundreds and hundreds each year, to go to school, and the little one are going to the daycare, etc. And yes, we did it. And a few weeks ago, I was in Chiang Mai. I met Sam, and he's at school since 2 years, so we needed a bit, but he's at school, and the sisters too. And it's great. And on the background of all these stories, there are a lot of domestic violence. I was living in New York at that time, and I land in Chiang Mai, and the team, they just bring me on the motorbike, and they bring me in this little house of C. He was 9 years old. He was living with his mother and a little brother, of 3 years old. And C, he dropped out of school because, he was fighting with everybody. You know, he was kind of bringing the violence from the shadow to the light, and poof, explosion. So I went there in this little dark room, super dark, and I sit with the mother, and she was broken. She explained us, you know, she was victim since she was a young girl. She never breaks the cycle of the violence, never. So what happened? The repetition existed, and the 2 kids, they were victims. And the team, they look at me, what can we do? We cannot, Magali, it's done. She's broken inside, so it's not only food support, psychology support, etc. There is something more deep here. So what to do? Yeah, I stepped forward, of course. I took a new direction. Of course, we hired her. Yeah, we gave her a job. Yeah, she became a cook for the foundation. No skill of cooking at the beginning, but during 1 year, every day, day after day, everybody was going to her saying, it's super good, the food you are doing. It's very, very good. And every day was a bit tastier, and every day was a bit flavored. And it was like spicy at the end of the year, so she could be reintegrated, and the 2 kids also. And because I stepped forward, because I was not accepting that in front of so violence, we stop. No, we shake everything up. We never stop. We move out of the box. speaking, I'm moving out of the box. This was my last mission a few weeks now, 1 month ago, something like that. I have also the Barbie, like you. So I bring this little Barbie in Chiang Mai, where a young girl here, a student at St. Andrews, she gave me the Barbie and she told me, yeah, Magali can go and give the toys to the kids. So I bring a lot of my 20 kilos of toys to Chiang Mai. And I gave to these kids all these Barbie and they were so happy. They were so happy. But this one, she came to me and I began to discuss with her and she told me, yeah, here, living here, what's happening? Are you okay? No, she's not okay. She's not okay. She was scared because I am a visitor that is respecting child protection policies. So when I go in a slum, I'm doing something and I check who's coming with me in very vulnerable community. But some other visitors, they are coming and they give. And some visitors have no such good intentions. And what's happening? Where she's living, some children disappeared. They are missing kids. They were kidnapped. So it's a serious, huge problem, a massive one. So I had this time, what do I say? And the team looked at me, what we can do? Oh, this is big. So I walked around, I understood there is no doors. Let's do the first step. Let's build a door. And you know what? All the teams, they tell me, yes, it's cool, we're gonna build a door. And then I went back to Bangkok, and nothing happens. No door. And 2 weeks ago, I said, no, there is what to do. So Sam, I still behind my office. No, I will not move. I will not let that go. So no, I took back everybody. Where is the no? Where is the problem? You know, we cannot just don't do nothing and forget and doing this kind of passive resistance or non-action. You know, it's terrible. It's indifference. So yes, they told me, yeah, maybe the owner of the land, he doesn't want a door on the land. You know what? I have fancy shoes. These here that I use when I have to go in a nice restaurant or in a TEDx show like that. And so I took my fancy shoes and I thought, okay, I'm going to invite him to lunch and we're going to speak. And so I went in Chiang Mai with my shoes and invite him to go for lunch with me. And he never came. So what to do? I stop here or I continue my step forward. So yeah, I took my shoes and I went. Where is the office? I think we need all afternoon to find the office of this man. And I arrived in the middle of the nowhere and said, come on, we have to discuss. And yes, he was a fantastic man. I just had to find him and to not move from my idea, you know. He was super okay. Tell me, yes, of course, build the door. And you know what? Next week, we are building the door. And these are hundreds of kids living with this girl. They're going to be protected. So my main message is here, that we can never stop. We always need someone to give the move. And we always have to step forward, always. But this was possible, not because of me. You know who did the real job. These are the guys, the superheroes. These are the social workers that day after day are changing life. They are changing lives of children and families and mothers. So thank you to all of them. And is that little guy waiting for us or for me to move forward? Thank you so much.
Thank you for shedding light on such a heart-rending issue. Our next speaker will be talking about something a little lighthearted, why you should appreciate the fans who support what you do more. Please welcome Paul from Kisani International School.
This is Burke. It's 12 days north of hopeless and a few degrees south of freezing to death. It's located solidly on a meridian of misery. My village. In a word, sturdy. It's been here for 7 generations, but every single building is new. We have fishing, hunting, and a charming view of the sunsets. The only problems are the pests. See, most places have mice or mosquitoes. We have dragons. That was the opening monologue to the film How to Train Your Dragon. In 6th grade, I fell in love with the film so much I ended up memorizing its entire script. Freaked out some friends and family. But then the world knew that I was a fangirl. I immersed myself in the mediums I love, be it books, movies, or anime. So what does this mean for the public opinion of me? It means I have no life, I spend my time reading and writing weird fan fiction, and that my passions are looked down upon. Sometimes my parents would prefer it if I stopped rewatching The Spectacular Spider-Man and focused on my studies. They would keep telling me to get a good test score and stop memorizing those movie quotes. But if I could recite the periodic table of elements with the same confidence, then suddenly I'm not nerdy or quirky. Instead, I seem to be a passionate student or an aspiring doctor. Reciting anything, be it the list of elements or say the list of Pokemon, requires memorization skills. But why is it that memorizing one is deemed more important than the other? Simple. Knowing the elements gets you a good test score. Knowing every Pokemon that ever existed doesn't. Our society has put so much focus on education and learning. Endless emphasis on getting good grades, getting to a good university, getting a well-paying job, and anything that seems to stray from that path is tossed out the window. Among those things, a lot of them are things we do in our free time. Well, free time. And so I want us to take a look at something that seems to not have much value at the surface, fan culture and being part of a hardcore fan base. Because liking something so much that you memorize things about it, create fan art for, write fan fiction about, couldn't possibly be beneficial to society, right? This is where I say otherwise. When you are part of a fan community, there are lessons to be learned, skills to develop, and experiences to be had. I'm going to start with the example of fan fiction because I write some myself, and so I kind of know what I'm talking about. In fact, I used to be afraid to admit that I write fan fiction due to its negative public reputation. Many people claim it to be terribly written and insult to the original work, or it's just inappropriately weird. Some authors, in fact, discourage fan fiction and say it's a terrible writing practice. But if I had believed those words, I would have stopped writing. So instead of believing those judgments, I found a way to see how literature created by a fan base can be beneficial. And from that on, I began to see how anything created by a fan base can be beneficial. So this is a treasure chest, and as I go on, I'm going to throw in the gains, the loot, if I may, from participating in a group of hardcore fans. Starting with fan fiction. It is a way to practice for both reader and writer. I am a writer, and so if anyone asked me what helped develop my writing skills the most, I would have to give the crown to fan fiction. While many authors discourage it because it doesn't give writers an opportunity to develop their own worlds from scratch, I find that going from nothing to a fully fledged world is a pretty big leap. And so fan fiction provides that in-between step of practice of taking something that's already made, developing it further, and giving it your own flair. And so when a writer can practice with fan fiction, and when they're ready, step out of that zone and create things on their own from scratch. And I find that in order to write fan fiction, you have to know the original content very well. So this leads to practice of analysis, analyzing characters, analyzing themes, and analyzing the world. And furthermore, who tells a person to read fan fiction? People go out and search for it on their own because they want more of something they already enjoy. In this modern age, many people are fearful that we're losing literature and reading because people are becoming in favor of game, filming, and television. But perhaps it is the readers and writers of fan fiction that keep the modern generation invested in the art of reading. So not only are we developing skills, but we are also promoting and keeping the new generation invested and aware of the language arts. And so now we're going to zoom out and include Fanworks. So now we're talking about things like fan art, fan videos, cosplays. They face similar scrutiny to fan fiction just because they all seem like a waste of time. Are they? Art skills from traditional to digital are being developed, outlining, coloring, perspective, mastering the ridiculously difficult human anatomy. Cosplayers get to build and knit and craft. Those who create fan videos get to try their hand at cinematography, video editing, special effects. Some of these skills are not available in the school environment because the subjects that require them are not provided. But that should not be an obstacle to learning new skills because there are other ways to learn them. There's also the possibility of your projects being collaborative ones. Now we throw in teamwork and collaboration skills that are being developed. There's the daunting task of balancing all these activities with school, work, and other priorities. And so the skills of time management are tested. By contributing to a fandom and fan communities, people give themselves opportunities to develop the skills they need to turn their imagination into something tangible. And here's the most important thing I find about Fanworks. People who participate in them ask one of the most important questions. What if? Fanfiction writers ask, what if the storyline was different? Fan artists wonder, what if the characters were set in a new context? How would they look like? How would they dress? Those who create fan videos perhaps see connections between songs and stories and edit them together. Those who cosplay see a character and are determined to crack the mystery of what if this character was real? How could it be done? When you take these things and look beyond them, you take something that's already developed and learn to think outside the box, think farther, see more than what they are. And it is this promotion of imagination that births creativity. And creativity and innovation is a skill that is much needed for development in the modern world. What's more, with the internet, fans from all over the world are now able to come together. People from all sorts of walks of life, from all sorts of cultures, can now come together and share a connection because of a common interest. Such common interests are powerful things and are a catalyst for creating friendships. And in a world that's becoming more and more globalized, shouldn't societies and cultures that promote a form of international unity be supported rather than looked down upon? Some people say that these are useless because you'll never get to use these skills in real life. I object to that. There are people who have started their careers doing fan-created works. Cassandra Clare, best-selling author of the Mortal Instruments series, began her career with Lord of the Rings and Harry Potter fan fiction. There's David Tennant, whom we all know as the 10th Doctor. He used to write Doctor Who fan fiction instead of his school essays. And Monty the creator of the award-winning web series RWBY, began his career by animating characters from video games Dead or Alive and Final Fantasy battling each other. So the skills people develop from contributing to a fandom can contribute to their success later on in life. Now, the modern fandom community is massive, and here are some websites, very popular ones, with most of them with hundreds and thousands to millions of users. Some of them are based purely on fanworks, such as fanfiction.net, an archive of our own. Some include a healthy mix of original works and fan-created content, such as Wattpad and DeviantArt. Now, Archive of Our Own has over 2 million works and 750,000 users. Fanfiction.net has over 3 million works and 2.2 million users. This is only from 2 fanfiction sites, and so is only a small portion of the fandom community. Already, if fandom and being part of a fan community is something that is looked down upon and not encouraged, this is a lot of people whom we're telling their passions and hobbies don't matter. We could be looking at potential best-selling authors, directors, and creators. But instead of encouraging them, we look down on them and say what they do is a waste of time. And so I would like to ask to those of you who criticize your friends and family who are fans to take your thinking in a slightly new direction. And I ask those of you who criticize the passions and interests of your friends and family to look at things a little differently, again, in somewhat of a new direction. I want you to not stop. As difficult as it is to keep up with work, studies, and the pursuit of a cherished hobby, don't neglect them, don't abandon them, and definitely don't stop. When you turn towards your hobbies, look beyond what they are. See the diamond in the rough. Because no matter what your pastime is, what you do and what you are a part of is not and will never be a waste of time. Thank you.
Thank you for such an educational talk. Now we will play a supplemental video from TED on how dancing can bring communities together. Thank you.
This The bop is a type of social dance. Dance is a language, and social dance is an expression that emerges from a community. A social dance isn't choreographed by any one person. It can't be traced to any one moment. Each dance has steps that everyone can agree on, but it's about the individual and their creative identity. Because of that, social dances bubble up, they change, and they spread like wildfire. They are as old as our remembered history. In African American social dances, we see over 200 years of how African and African American traditions influenced our history. The present always contains the past, and the past shapes who we are and who we will be. The Juba dance was born from enslaved Africans' experience on the plantation. Brought to the Americas stripped of a common spoken language, this dance was a way for enslaved Africans to remember where they're from. It may have looked something like this. Slapping thighs, shuffling feet, and patting hands. This was how they got around the slave owner's ban on drumming. Improvising complex rhythms, just like ancestors did with drums in Haiti or in the Yoruba communities of West Africa. It was about keeping cultural traditions alive and retaining a sense of inner freedom under captivity. It was the same subversive spirit that created this dance, the cakewalk. A dance that parodied the mannerisms of Southern high society, a way for the enslaved to throw shade at the masters. The crazy thing about this dance is that the cakewalk was performed for the masters, who never suspected they were being made fun of. Now you might recognize this one. 1920s, the Charleston. The Charleston was all about improvisation and musicality, making its way into Lindy Hop, swing dancing, and even the Kid and Play, originally called the Funky Charleston. Started by a tight-knit black community near Charleston, South Carolina, the Charleston permeated dance halls where young women suddenly had the freedom to kick their heels and move their legs. Now, social dance is about community and connection. If you knew the steps, it meant you belonged to a group. But what if it becomes a worldwide craze? Enter the twist. It's no surprise that the twist can be traced back to the 19th century, brought to America from the Congo during slavery. But in the late 50s, right before the Civil Rights Movement, the twist is popularized by Chubby Checker and Dick Clark. Suddenly, everybody's doing the twist. White teenagers, kids in Latin America, making its way into songs and movies. Through social dance, the boundaries between groups become blurred. The story continues in the 1980s and 90s. Along with the emergence of hip-hop, African-American social dance took on even more visibility, borrowing from its long past, shaping culture and being shaped by it. Today, these dances continue to evolve, grow, and spread. Why do we dance? To move, to let loose, to express. Why do we dance together? To heal, to remember, to say, we speak a common language. We exist and we are free.
We'll now have a 25-minute break outside. There will be refreshments provided. Please attend all of the audience experience stalls that have been set up. Please be back by 2:30. Yes, thank you.
push here, it's start record. The red one. Red one? Yeah. Yeah. Don't put it yet. And zoom, you change it. This one is This is mid. Like both here. This one is this one is like this, and this one is
Check 1, 2, 2, 2, 2. Check 1, 2. check 1, 2.
It's time to let our second session commence, so could everyone please take their seats? Now that we're all back, it's time to be re-energized. Please welcome Suresh Munisamy, who will be speaking about the secrets of yoga and leading a small warm-up. Please feel free to participate.
Namaste, everybody. Good afternoon. Before we begin the talk, is it okay to have some warm-up? Yeah? If you got your mobile or if you have something to drink, just put it aside. Then I wish you to stand, then we could practice. It's okay if you have any difficulties, better to sit and, all right? It needs some space. Therefore, if you have some gap, just check yourself, are you free or not to move? All right. So just a small warm-up so that you could digest pretty good, and then you're, awake to listen the boring talk. Before we discuss, this is the practice which was used traditionally to help to stop the thinking pattern. The mind is constantly thinking, whatsoever the case. The pattern of the mind has to be stopped through the mental practice. That's the beauty of this whole system about. So we just do a little bit of practice. Of course, it has a huge set to begin with. But for now, we just maintain a basic movements. If you get confused, don't be scared. Just take it easy. It takes some years of practice, but ensure you are enjoying. Okay, not too serious. All right? This is a movement we use with the hands and then with the legs. You don't do any crazy asanas today. Don't worry about it. It's a mental practice. The arm work is something which we use through the mathematic way. The first one is with the basic steps, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Easier? Very simple, and that's what we're going to do it with our hands. So the first work is to just watch me, and then you could do it by yourself. This is the first work, 1. You can watch me now. We have 2 arms, so we have to add one more 1, 1, 1. And then we go to 2 here. And then you go 3, 3 here. Then you all the way move up to 4, 4. And not here. And then it looks like you're giving a picture. So it's here, and then back to 1, 1. Okay, it's a starting point. Then I ask you to go backward direction, which is 4, 4. And then you return back to 3, 3. Then you all the way return back to 2, 2. Then 1, 1. Easier? All right, thank you for participating, and let's try. Okay, this is what? Cool. 2, 2, good. And this is? And this. And return back to 1. Yay, 100%. And backward for 4. 3, 3. 2, 2. 1, 1. And relax. Yay. That's cool. Fantastic. In a way, if you got so much tight shoulder, it helps you to release certain tension around the shoulder and the neck. If you have any shoulder injuries, you can take it as a reason and sit back and rest. Okay? Otherwise, you could participate here. It is easier to do with both arms, which is an even number. And let's see an uneven number. That's more challenging. So what is it, uneven number? The first work is 1. The second arm goes as 2. All right, just watch me. You don't need to do. So otherwise, it'll be like, okay, this is 1, 2. Then if I ask you to do something like 4, 3, it goes here. Or if I ask you to do something like 3, 4, you move in different direction possible. So let me make it clear. The first number is 1. The second number is 2. So the first number is responsible with your left arm. The second number is responsible with your right arm. Okay? So the left and right, left and right. You might ask me why not right and left, but if you have 1 hour session, we can do that. But for now, just 5 minutes. Okay? Let's begin again. 1, 1. 2, 2. 3, 3. 4, 4. 1, 1. Beautiful. And backward. 4, 4. 3, 3. Not here, here. 2, 2. And 1, 1. All right, the first number is what? It's left. Okay, the second, right. Good job. All right, one more rule is you have to do together, synchronized together. You can't do this and this. No, you have to move together, and that's the beauty of the practice. So let's try all together. 1, 1. 4, 4. All right, good. 3, 3. 2, 2. 1, 1. All right, and let's try now. 1, 2. Okay, you can watch me, huh? And then you could perform. 2, 3. Cool. 3, 4. Good job. 4, 1. It looked like Bollywood dance, right? And 1, 2. Fantastic. And let's go backward. 4, 1. Cool. 3, 4. 2, 3. And 1, 2. I like the number 3, 4. Some of you like this. It's just fantastic. A new number, we can make it. The next work is 2, 1. Oops, let's try. 2, 1. Cool. And then we go to the next number, 3, 2. It has its own sequence. I'm not teaching blindly. 4, 3. All right, 1, 4. And 2, 1. Yay. And then backward. 1, 4. It's okay. It's okay. 4, 3. 3, 2. And 2, 1. All right? Relax. Yay. Good job. Oh, no, wait. You have some homework. Please stand up. Yeah, sorry. Now, I'm going to just guide you, and you're going to do it by yourself. All right? So I'm not going to do anything. Just for 2 minutes, please adjust. Let's begin. 1, 1. It's not a short warm-up. Yeah. 2, 2. Yay. 3, 3. 4, 4. I'm seeing some revenge. Like 1, 1. All right. Backward. 4, 4. 3, 3. 2, 2. Cool. 1, 1. 2, 4. Great. The first number is your left arm. The second number is your right arm, okay? 3, 3. And yeah, 4, 2. And now the speed is going down. All right, 1, 1. Okay, now let's go backward. 4, 2. 3, 3. 2, 4. 2, 4. 1, 1. All right, tired, relax. That's a good job. You can clap yourself. Beautiful. Thank you for participating. All right. I thank this group for inviting me here. This is the practice which we usually, manage to stop our thinking pattern. And right now we still think about 1, 1, 2, 2, 3, 3. And like it became a ringing, ringtone in our head. So you just try to stop and then you practice, and that helps us in a tremendous way. Particularly we are in the phase of distraction. Anything could distract you all the time, particularly the technologies such as the gadgets, okay, internet. Of course, they are fantastic to communicate with the outer world, but in order to communicate with an inner world, we have to know how to master. Okay? So that's the main theme of all this yogic practice is about. So yogic practice has began roughly 2,500 to 3,000 years. Like it's very old and they don't have a copyright. And still now it is functioning pretty good. And it's $1 billion business in the West, which is fantastic. Of course, most of the people are involving in the field of yoga. They're getting lots of benefit on the physical level and also on the internal level. The secret of yoga is the olden masters are such, they have given lots of work on the inner field, okay? But right now we are more on the outer pattern or the materialistic life. Of course, we are not degrading the materialistic life. As we know what the materialistic life means, you have to know what the inner part is, what the inner instrument is all about. Only then we could function the materialistic world in an effective way. Otherwise, like I said, the gadgets could be a master and we become a slave. Okay? So in order to be ourselves as a master, we need these technologies. So yoga is a technology which help us to shine the best. Okay? It's not about being number one, but you bring out the best in you. Not about only studies, but also you're able to know how to stop the mind, able to stop your sufferings. Okay? The main reason of all these discoveries began how to stop the suffering. Are we living with the suffering, or are you just being master of that? Okay, sometimes we become master of sufferings. Because whenever you talk with a friend, we talk about your suffering as a bigger thing. Right? My suffering is the best and not yours. So we try to involve in that way. Right now, the technology is here and we are not using it. Okay? So this is just an awareness to improve upon the inner technologies. This is one of the basic function to build up. And also we have a physical practice. There are 5 components in yoga. Let's make it short. There are 5 components. The first one is the physical component, the gross body. The second component is the pranic layer, the breathing pattern, the energetic body. The third component is the mental layer, mind functioning. The fourth layer is intellectual function. And then if you're able to manage these 4, then we gain the 5th as a result, as a reward, which is a blissful layer. Are you able to explore the blissful layer? That matters the most. Okay? So these are all the basic function to improve our strength, our inner strength particularly, and you're able to handle your pressure or stress or any kind of worst situation in a positive way, being more optimistic and not being so pessimistic in whatever we do. Okay? But that's the main emphasis of all these yogic patterns about. Okay, there are many things to talk. I came up with certain ideas. They say, better stop. All right, thank you for this opportunity. Only by exploring in these 5 dimensions, we are able to move to the new path. Otherwise, we struck with the old routine pattern all the time. If you want to move to the new pattern, we have to explore what these 5 dimensions are all about. Like I said, physical, energetic, mental, intellectual, and then spiritual. These 5 layers has to be mastered upon. If you're able to build up in these 5 layers, you walk in a new path. All right? Thank you for all your opportunity.
I feel strange, almost energetic. What a great talk, thank you. Our next speaker will focus on the issue of how numbers define us and how our individuality is stripped away by quantifying the essence of our personalities. Please welcome Katherine from St. Andrews 107.
Baby ID 1062. Around 18 years ago, on the 6th of June, that was my instant definition. Before being given a name, I was given a series of digits to define who I was. I was the colic baby number 1062 who cried painstakingly every night and put all of the other babies to unrest. I'm sure everyone in this room has a particular set of numbers to define their accomplishments. You could be Jersey number 27, SAT score 1700, or ACT 29. Or just simply a millennium baby like one of my closest friends. For someone like me who despises absolute values, I'm overly defined by it. And perhaps that is life's cruelest irony. Everyone here right now could be defined by these very values. High school is the time of your life where there's a sudden flooding of numbers, and numbers are like these helium balloons that are so hard to catch because they drift too far ahead. I feel that way every day in my IB math class. Sometimes the numbers drift too far ahead, and to catch them, it's almost pointless because they go so ceaselessly. I'm here to tell you that there are too many numbers that you could possibly be. From the makeup of your genetic code to the weight that you lift in the dumbbells, you are not a geometric or arithmetic sequence, and there is no nth term to you. When it comes to the definition of you, you are an individual. A lot of human science professors might arguably tell me to shut up because of the fact that human beings are known to be creatures that cave to pattern and are therefore predictable. However, right now, I beg to differ because every single person right now is different. We process things in different ways. The things that I'm saying to you, you're all going to process this in different ways. It's going to have a different value to you. We take different things into consideration. Our genetic makeup is never 100% the same. And every single one of us right now have something my TOK teacher would call perspective. Individual perspective, personal perspective, cultural perspective, and perhaps other perspectives that I've missed to mention. Human beings bleed emotion in the way that we do everything. We bleed emotion in the way we drink coffee. We bleed emotion in judging the amount of pounds we've gained on the weighing machine. There is no algorithm to clearly define life, and even though The Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy tells us that the answer to the universe and life as we know it is 42, the truth is we will never be absolutely sure to the answer to that universe because each one of us, we're each an individual universe. And just like the book, before we search for the unchanged answer, we should seek inside ourselves and search for the question. The largest contributions to what I call my personal insecurities come from numbers. And perhaps that is what has led me to pursue the easiest level of math studies in the IB. But jokes aside, the definitions of me come a lot from the grades that I get, my accomplishments, the number of awards I've received, the number of calories I consume each day, if I'm an adult, and if it applies to everywhere in the world. I find that I was getting eaten away with the fear of what could my potential IB score be, or wishing that I had 200 points higher on the SATs. These are the little fears that have turned into a phobia that I have for numbers. And looking around, I bet that almost 90% of the room feels to some extent that these numbers define you too, but they don't. There are some people that love numbers because of the unchangeable values and the absoluteness that they feel finding it, the mystery of adding another digit to pi. However, numbers don't necessarily mean quality. I have been thoroughly ingrained by my father's words that he's always taught me by. He's not here right now, but I'm going to share it with all of you. He's always said that it is not the quantity of what you have that matter, it is the quality of which they are in. The best examples of that can be displayed in very simple scenarios in our lives. A 400-word essay can be more thorough, moving, and emotive than a 2,000-word one. For everyone in high school and beyond, you're not your numbers, and you most certainly aren't defined by it. The next time you catch yourself wanting to tell a lie about what your math grade was, don't, because you're not defined by those numbers. You are not the size of your jeans, the percentage of body fat you carry, your SAT scores, the cup size of your bra, the circumference of your hips. You are not these things. You are not the number of barbells that you lift. I believe that there is no perfect algorithm towards creating the perfect student because all of these things are just numerical contributions to yourself. You are an individual. These don't prove anything because all these things prove are your ability to take tests or your ability to lift or whatever it is that you have. These aren't the things that you are. They don't define your intelligence. Looking around the room, I am sure we have plenty of talent here. You could be an artist, a painter, a linguist, a lover, and so much more. There is no way for each one of us to be condensed into the limitations of statistics and algebra. We are not X, and there's no finding out why. Each one of us is more than the equations of a graph and the limitations of calculations and graphs. We are composed of the music we listen to, the raw emotions we experience while watching a sad movie. We are the flavor of our favorite ice creams, the places we want to vacation, the books we like to read, the way we hide our tears when we feel a humane experience. And those things are what shapes us as individuals. We are the racial barriers that we create. We are the breaking of those barriers. We are more superior than the precise percentage used to calculate GPA. We are the rules we break, the adventures we want to go on, and the love we have. But most importantly, we are anything that we want to be. We are the dreams we dream for ourselves. And perhaps that is why for ourselves as each individual and as each universe, we should be more wonder-driven opposed to number-driven. And perhaps when we find our universe and recognize ourselves as individuals, we will find, just like the book, that we don't need a sense of absoluteness. We are raw and changeable. And perhaps that is the most beautiful thing that we possess, the fact that we can be anything that we want to be. Thank you.
Thank you, Catherine. I think we've all learned something tonight. We've recently had a symposium for the year 10s where they created talks based around our theme, A Step in a New Direction. We've selected some of the most thought-provoking talks to feature in our event. Our first speaker is Isabel, whose talk will be about stepping away from dolphin captivity.
Hello. So as a child, I loved going to dolphin shows. They were always fun and exciting, and the dolphins always looked so happy. But as I got older, there was always this one question. This one question that kept bothering me. That question that changed my life, that made me realize what was really happening. This question about dolphins in captivity and what the process of getting them there is. So what if I told you that for every dolphin in captivity, 17 are killed? 17. Dolphin capture first started in 1969. In Japan, in a town called Taisei, more than 1,000 dolphins are captured every year to feed this growing entertainment business. Out of the 1,000 captures, not all of them will go on to a life of captivity. So what happens to the rest of them? They're murdered, slaughtered like their lives aren't important. The beginning of September marks the start of a major dolphin drive hunting season where thousands of dolphins are driven into the large bay of Taisei and slaughtered. Their blood is what turns the water bright red. The process of this horrible hunt is that the fishermen drive their boats into the sea in the early morning and start banging metal rods against their boats in order to disturb the dolphins' sonar, causing them disorientation. All you could see if you would be there are hundreds of dolphins swimming for their lives. But they're not escaping. They're swimming right into their own slaughterhouse because what happens in that bay is unforgettable. Robbed from the orientation and with no ecosystem functioning, the dolphins have to stay in that bay as their way into the ocean is blocked by nets. The first thing that will wait for them the next day will be a life of captivity and loneliness. However, not all of them will have this life. In the early morning, a number of dolphin trainers from all around the world will be picking out the nicest and most beautiful dolphins, and the rest will just be left there, starving, scared, with no orientation, waiting for what will happen in 5 to 6 days. The scandalous and most dreadful slaughter on this planet. The fishermen drive their boats into the bay and start their murder with driving metal pins through the dolphin's neck, severing their brainstem, causing them to die within seconds. But what if I told you that the murder isn't the most horrifying thing? What if the silence that comes afterwards is even more terrible? What if the pictures that you would see, that would be burned into your brain, would be even more terrible? Strained red water, blood, and dead dolphins everywhere. For the dolphins who were selected and for which the trainers paid up to $100,000, For those dolphins, their remaining lives will be to entertain people and to never see the ocean, their home again. They will not be able to swim 100 miles freely, and they will never be in a community where they will feel safe ever again. These dolphins are not supposed to be in captivity, as tests showed that they are very intelligent creatures and know exactly what happens to them, what they're lost, and what their lives could have been. The stress of being in these aquariums for the rest of their lives results into huge stress. And what are the trainers doing to resolve this problem? They put stress diminishing tablets into their food in order to decrease their stress level. Imagine you with your child being slaughtered right in front of you, and all you could do is just watch because you can't control your body anymore. And then you would have to spend the rest of your life in a small cage surrounded by creatures that you do not know and doing the same thing day in and day out. You would have to do things that you don't want to do simply because you have no other choice. You have no way out. And for the sake of what? Entertainment for those who took you away from your home, who killed your child, and were keeping you captured? This is not a life, and no one should live it, no matter what their status is. However, people are actually arguing about this point, about how animals are lower or less important than us, humans. And to this, I say nonsense. Just because we are further developed or because we are smarter, that does not give us the right to treat animals like unimportant creatures. Would we have the community we have right now if there were no animals? Would we live the lives we're living right now if it weren't for the animals we so disrespect? No, we wouldn't. And in my opinion, I think that this dolphin slaughter has to stop. And this is only possible if people start to listen and understand. And think about this. Do we really have the right to treat animals like this? Are we really that selfish? So next time you visit a dolphin show or go into a zoo, think about what you will be supporting. Slaughter and captivity. And remember this. This world isn't just about us, humans. It's who we live with and who we share this world with. We are not alone. Thank you very much.
That was certainly an important issue, Isabel. I'm sure a lot of people in this room have thought science is boring at one point. So here we have a speaker who will be addressing the direction of creativity in the development of kids, more specifically science. Please welcome Dr. Janchai Yingprayoon to the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. Do you love science? Oh, I can see your face. Oh, well, some people say that science is very boring. Science is very difficult. Today, I'm going to show you how to learn science with fun. Okay? Well, I need two hands, but anyway, creativity. Well, I would like everybody to follow me, do like this. Okay, everybody? Okay, both thumbs up. Okay, good, good. Both thumbs up. Then do like this. Very good. both thumbs down, then twist. Twist like this, yeah. But you have to make sure put both thumbs together like this, okay? And now slowly flip, 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 flip over. Can you do that? It's very easy. One more time, slowly, okay, slowly, slowly. Both thumbs up, like this, very good. Down, deep breathe. And then twist, like this, very good, very good. Again, you have to put both thumbs together like this, okay? All right? And then gradually flip, 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 flip over. Can you do that? Who knows that? Who knows that? Raise your hand. Some of you know, maybe 5%. Okay, give you last chance. Give you last chance. This way, okay, this way. Nobody in this world can do that, even I myself. But why? I draw attention to somewhere and I change the position of my hand like this. You have to, like that. And then I change position of my hand. You got it? So, some people say that, hey, I found that he changed the position of his hand. So, the most important thing that you have to learn about science is observation. You have to have a good observation. And then when you observe, anything changes. Then you ask, what, when, how, when, any. And then you follow this question. Then you can find something, learning science. This is the first thing, observation. If I do not tell you the secret, what do you feel? I did first time, and do not tell you the secret, what do you feel? You want to know, right? Want to know, right? How? The second point that you have to learn science creatively is to arouse curiosity. If you're curious to learn, then you can find your way to learn with fun, okay? That is the second thing. The third thing is a sense of humor. Sometimes you have to have sense of humor because, oh, it's fun, science is fun, then you love to learn science. Otherwise, oh, I'm very boring, just don't want to learn science, right? Sense of humor. And the fourth one is very important, is development of creativity. How to develop creativity? In my point of view, there are 5 steps to develop creativity. The first step is collect information through your 5 senses. Okay, eyes, ear, nose, tongue, skin. If you don't believe me, okay, follow me, like this. You blow on your hand like this with small hole in your mouth. Blow, small hole, it's cool, right? Now blow again with big hole in your mouth. Big different? Small hole give you cool air, but big hole, warm air. Why? See, it's the same lung, it's the same mouth. Yeah, but why big hole and big hole give you different temperature? Things like this, you know. Get information and you think brainstorming, making connections, and think out of the box. This is the second step. The third step is if you think over and over again, oh, I couldn't find a solution. Never mind, just do something else. Do something else which is not related to what you're thinking about. And then I got it, then do sparkling ideas. Okay, when you're sparkling idea, just like many scientists, you know, I would like to mention the Niels Bohr, the physicist. He tried to think about the theory of atoms, but he couldn't find. And then he took a bus in London and fell asleep and dreamed about the structure of atoms. And then you can find something like that. Okay? And when you found something, then you will develop further for the next knowledge. Okay, this is the 5 step. Okay? Well, let me just show you some demonstration. Okay, if you walk along the street and you hear a car blowing a horn, okay, that's fine. But if the car moves towards you, you will hear higher frequency. If the car moves away from you, you hear lower frequency. Then if the car moves this way continuously, you will hear 3 frequency. Like this. Right? If the car moves faster, and then finally, and the ambulance also changes. This is what we call Doppler effect. So we can use this theory to measure the flow rate of the oil to the pipe or something like that. Okay? Another one. If you want sound, what is sound? What is sound? Sound is a form of energy, okay? Let me say. I generate sound, right? I give energy to you. Why? I use my chemical energy, the food, transfer to sound energy. And I eat an animal, okay? Like cow or whatever. The cow eat what? Grass. And grass get energy from where? From the sun. So what you hear is the energy from the sun. Okay, partially. Because energy can be transformed into different form of energy, right? Okay. Now, let's talk about the sound. I have this one. Maybe young kids, they know that this is, we play with the telephone. Hello, hello. Remember? Yes. maybe this age different. In my town, we play like this because we don't have iPhone, we don't have iPad or anything. Just like this, okay. And I just do it only one side. Now I can generate the sound like a hen. Okay? If you close your eye, you never know. It's a real hen or this one. Okay? If you like, I have another one. You open your mouth. You say and when you have your mouth like small hole, and all together. Okay, I have here, I have a cup with the hole, and I have O. And then and all together. So a cat, right? And the kids say, hey, very interesting. How is that? Then you can teach them about sound. Okay? Well, another one. Maybe in 5 minutes, right? Well, let's talk about the top, okay? The kids love to play top. And like this, I have. Maybe they have never seen this. The young kids, the young generation. Well, I will spin the top, okay? If the top does not spin, it cannot stand, right? But if it's thin, it can stand, and if it tilts a little bit, it will move like this. Okay? Let me show you. Never tried many years ago. I will try here. You have insurance? Sense of humor, right? Okay, so let me just try. All right? Oops. Oh, fall down. Okay, anyway. You can't help it. But anyway, the thing is that if we throw it like this, and it tilts it, it moves like this. It shows some interesting phenomena. Let me show you this one. Never mind, I don't have the top, I have this one. If you have two cardboard, stick together, and if you spin the cardboard without rotation, it's gone. But if you spin it, throw it with rotation, it come back to you. Come back to you. Guarantee return. Okay, you want to know? Come to my lecture next time. All right, all these things, is a very creative thing that it is simple, daily life material, but how can we introduce to the kids to love to learn science? Okay, maybe this is the last show for me. Sometimes if you walk along the street and you see something, observation. Oh, I saw fireflies. Hey, with the light. Interesting. How can we do something like that? I found this one. I have two liquids. Okay. It's a chemical reaction of the fireflies. Okay. Don't worry, no bomb. Okay, I mix together. You see what? I can show you what happens. All right. Now, watch this. Watch this. Okay. I hope it works. Oh, it does not work. You see, with separation, I have to check it. You see what happened? You see the light. Maybe maybe it's spoiled already. Anyway, I got this one from Japan. It's a cold weather, but in Thailand it's very hot, so maybe it's spoiled. But I can see the light coming out from here. It's a chemical reaction of the fireflies. Okay? Well, the last one, I want you to do some simple calculation and give me the answer together, right? 1,000 plus 40. Please, louder, please. Together, louder, okay? 1,000 plus 40. Plus 1,000. Plus 30. Plus 1,000. Plus 20. Plus 1,000. Plus 10. It's 4,100. You see, you have to learn science and mathematics. Thank you very much for your attention.
Well, that certainly was a very destructive talk. Thank you. Our second year 10 speaker will address an issue not often thought about, the fact that we live in a simulated world. Please welcome Zakk to the stage.
Hello. Take the blue pill, you will wake up believing whatever you want to believe. Take the red pill, you stay in Wonderland. And I'll show you how far down the rabbit hole goes. That was from The Matrix. Now, raise your hands if you've watched The Matrix. Finally, an audience with taste. On the surface, right, The Matrix is a movie where people, cool dudes with sunglasses, shoot other cool dudes with sunglasses. It's an action movie. Explosions, Michael Bay, etc., etc. But to anybody who digs deeper down, it's so much more. It's a story about how humanity rises up from the depths, about how humanity is its strongest when we are trapped inside a simulation, when we are trapped inside a computer known as the Matrix. And in the same way that the Matrix, the simulation, reflects our reality, the Matrix, the movie, may also reflect our reality, that we are, in fact, living in a simulation. Well, humanity has always had this need to explain things, to understand things. That's why we believe in a God. And in the same way that there were questions that we couldn't answer, like where does thunder come from in ancient times, in modern times we still have these questions. Questions like, what happened before the universe began? What's the meaning of life? And no, it's not 42. Who let the dogs out? We don't know this. And this simulation theory may very well be the answer to all of these questions, because in this theory, we do have a God, but not in the way that you think, because this God didn't create the world in 7 days. No, the world was created when some fourth-dimensional teenager flicked the switch on his computer, and then boom, Big Bang, whoa, our universe is created. But no, God created the world with magic, right? Well, he did. It's just what we consider as magic. It's a quote by Sir Arthur C. Clarke. Any sufficiently advanced technology is equivalent to magic. Think of it this way. Show a human 200 years ago your new iPhone 7, and they'll think it's magic, even though it has no earphone jack, which is obviously why it's not magic. Show us today a computer that is so powerful it can render a whole universe with as much ease as we can render Mario 64, guess what? We'll think it's magic. It is this technology that our world is created on. But think about it this way. Don't we have to then face the truth? Don't we have to face the truth that if this God created this world, he could have created other worlds? Because creating one world is boring. If you wanted to change the settings a bit, what do? So you create another world. But in this world, you give the people in it the ability to create their own simulations. And this goes on and on and on until there are millions of simulations all stacked up on each other. And if there's only one reality, then we have to face that the odds are immensely against us, the odds that, yes, we are living in a simulation. But then we have to face another truth, that everything is a lie, everything an illusion, everyone, everything you love, put there, placed, set in stone before you were in here. You can look at it that way, or you can look at it the other way, that you were really destined to accomplish, that the stars did align so you meet the person of your dreams, that you were put here for something. Looking at it this way, the world is a game of chess. Every time you play it, it's the same game. But change something here, change something there, and a giant tornado of change sweeps the board, and each game looks completely different. Looking at it this way, we are an anomaly. It is this one in infinitesimally small chance, this negligibly small chance, 1 in 10,000, 1 in 10 million, 1 in infinity, that you are here, that each and every single one of you are here, that we are here. And humanity, we've always been seekers of truth, seekers of enlightenment, seekers of transcendence. We have this thirst, this burning in the belly, if you will, this longing for more power, more comfort, more technology. It is this thirst, this hunger that keeps us from going quietly into the night, that pushes us to rage against the dying of the light. In the end, we don't know how to feed this hunger. We don't know the meaning of life. We don't know why we are where we are. We can only assume that whoever put us here, may that be God, may that be a sweaty fourth-dimensional 17-year-old, that we were put here for something, to defy expectations, to do the impossible. So throw yourselves out there, do and be astonishing things, accomplish wonders, innovate so you don't get shut down, so you don't get cast aside for being too dull, too boring, too bland. I question you this. Would you rather take a 50-50, leave it to chance? Or would you want to believe in something more? And in doing so, become the mortal teachers of the immortals. We have flipped the tide. We have turned the tables. Now we are the imbuers of knowledge. Now we are the imbuers of wisdom. Knowledge and wisdom that we gain from living our everyday lives, knowing that one day we will be food for worms. After all, God has taught us so much. Maybe it's time we return the favor. So what do you say? Red pill or blue pill? Thank you.
Thank you for a gripping perspective, Zakk. We'd now like to invite two speakers who will be introducing us to the world of veganism, its false perceptions, and its harsh truths. They're getting their mics ready, so. Veganism has many different facets to it. The unfortunate face of it that the world normally sees is a fad diet that people eat to lose weight. Unfortunately, or fortunately in a vegan's case, it's a very multifaceted look at the way we consume, why we consume, and how ultimately the actions of what we eat, such a simple daily process, can ultimately harm the lives of billions worldwide, billions of animals and humans alike, and shape the world for generations. I'd like to invite Miss Emma Fisher and the owner of the Veganary Bakery, Khun, to the stage.
Great cat out of store. Thank you. Veganism. It's a dirty word, particularly where I come from in the UK. In fact, hands up if you died a little bit inside when you saw the title of my talk. I knew it. It's a sad truth. Everybody hates vegans. It's true. Old people, teenagers, Even vegetarians hate vegans. But why? Why is that? Is it because we wash once a month in our cold bucket showers, wear hemp clothing, and go out leafleting at the weekends? Or is it because we talk in hushed tones and encourage you to get in touch with your spiritual side, while simultaneously shoving our condescending opinions down your throat? No? I didn't think so. At least I don't do these things, and I'm pretty sure that 90% of today's vegan population don't do these things either. It's an antiquated stereotype, and it's time for us to step away from it. I have very few vegan friends. A few of my friends are vegetarian, but my mum, dad, best friend, even my fiancé, someone whom I have chosen to spend the rest of my life with, they're all full-on meat eaters, and that's fine. Honest. It's their choice. I think the reason that people have such a hang-up about vegans is because they feel that we're judging them and looking down on them, and then they end up getting in a mood with us without us actually having said or done anything at all. The truth is, we aren't judging you. We used to eat meat and dairy and all of the other things that you eat. We don't judge you for the things that you are doing now. I am, or I think I am, a normal vegan. Yes, being a vegan means that I don't eat a lot of the things that you eat. So, no meat, no milk, no eggs, no cheese. I know. No cheese. Which is why, when I utter those famous words, "No thank you, I'm a vegan," I'm often met with an appalled face and, ugh. So, what do you eat? Well, honestly, I eat food. Yes, I eat a lot of fruit and vegetables, but I also eat burgers, pizza, pasta, chips, ice cream, cookies, some of which you'll be able to try in about 5 minutes' time. My food, it just comes from plant-based sources, so cheese made from cashews or other nuts, ice cream made from coconut milk, and so on. Now, I'm not saying that going vegan has been a breeze. In the beginning, when I was learning, it was damn hard, and even now, 2 years in, it can still be awkward. So why, you may ask, am I a vegan? Am I some kind of sadist? Do I want to live forever? Which I will, by the way. But no, it's none of those things. I'm a vegan because it's something that I am passionate about. Sorry, can we have a slide change, please? Thank you. Mahatma Gandhi once said, "You must be the change you wish to see in the world." It's my favourite quote. It's what I live by. I believe that the best way to promote a vegan lifestyle is to lead by example. And I also believe that the world would be a much nicer place if everyone was just a bit kinder to those who live in it, if we were just kinder to one another. So, I am nice. I help people. I smile. I'm a teacher. I give to charity. And I am a vegan. I believe, like I said, that the best way to promote a vegan lifestyle is to lead by example. Now, I'm definitely not saying that my diet is exemplary. I eat a lot of chocolate and probably way too many chips to be considered an example to anybody. What I mean is, if I was to go out at the weekend and launch personal attacks on the people in KFC or tut at my friends every time one of them ordered a steak when we were out to dinner, I would achieve the opposite of what I actually intend. Veganism ultimately stems from compassion, kindness, and consideration, not belittling people and guilt-tripping them into change. Change can only come from within. When I say that I want to lead by example, I mean by showing people that being vegan is easy, that it's kind, that it's healthy, it's good for the planet, and so on. But I didn't come here today to tell you why you should go vegan, and nor should anybody else ever tell you that. being vegan is a personal choice. It is a personal choice that I made because it was right for me, personally. So, next time you meet a vegan, please don't feel uncomfortable. Please don't feel like we're judging you, like we're looking down our noses, but equally, please don't attack us with a million different hypothetical questions about desert islands. Please don't suddenly become a plant activist or a nutritionalist and start telling us that we're about to die from some imminent nutrient deficiency. Next time you meet a vegan, just say hi. And here's the crazy part. Treat them like a normal person. Because we are, honest. Thank you. I'd like to introduce Khun, who's going to tell you how amazing and delicious a vegan lifestyle can be, and she knows, trust me.
Hello, I'm Zakk. My name is Zakk. Today I'm going to talk about like what is vegan lifestyle is actually like. So referring to Emma's speech, yeah. Okay. So if you still miss your favorite foods like pizza, mac and cheese, and fried rice or whatever, yeah, it's a good news that you won't miss it if you are vegan. You can still eat all of that. Yeah, because I will tell you the secret of delicious foods. Deliciousness comes from two components, which are texture and flavors. For texture, it can come from like chicken, meat, tofu, vegetables, or many things. But the flavors can come from only plants. Plants that I mentioned is referring to herbs, oil, like seasoning or whatever that when you go to the restaurant and you say, oh, this food is good because it has like the yummy sauce, yummy gravy, yummy seasoning. Because the meat has only one flavor, like kind of, not really flavor, like kind of like the bloody that, so we need to, so we can have, we can consume that smell and that flavor. So we need to make it in like the steaming, frying, grilling, or to make it right to our instinct that is plant-based response. So, okay. Okay, so when you become vegan, you will have more creativity. Like if you go to restaurant, you can go to every restaurant. For me, if I say I'm vegan, people think, oh, you are J in Thai, like J. So people think, oh, I only go to like the J restaurant that is only limited foods. But I will tell you the truth that I never go to J restaurant. I go to the restaurant I love, like I go to pizza, I go to like the somtam, like, and also like the shabu with my friends. Yeah, every restaurant. Yeah. So yeah, that I tell you that we can go to every restaurant. Because when we go out with friends, the important is about the people, the atmosphere, and the importance of people that we go with. It's not important. The food is not that important comparing to our friends and atmospheres. So yeah, we go to every restaurant. And if we go to every restaurant with friends, so often we will see, oh, you are very like, oh, what do you eat? They will interested in our foods. Yeah, so there is like bothersome about that. So it's kind of the way to spread veganism. Oh yeah, we have this, and yeah, so many times they eat my food as well. Yeah. Okay, and this when I went to like Songkhla, like the so we have seafood. We can still have vegan. I mean, actually, we can do whatever we want. I mean, if we really want to, yeah, if we have like the strong heart that we have to do this, so we can do that. Yeah, like I can have choice like at seafood restaurant. I'm just saying, oh, seafood som tam, no seafood, just som tam, but the same flavor, the same spiciness, the same sourness, the same sweetness, whatever, delicious. Because I think if we change from the thing that we used to be before, it's very, it's gonna be the long term. It's not gonna be like the short term, like for 10 days day festival. I mean, for some people, it's very hard to be like say for 10 days. So I think it starts from the thing we used to be, like to used to eat, to used to be, to used to, the place we used to go is very, practical. Okay. Yeah, and for things that I like is we enjoy eating more than before, so we can have more foods, like before I had like 3 meals a day, but for now I have like 6 meals a day. Yeah, but I don't get any weight. Also, like breast skin is better, and yeah, my digestion is better. Okay. Oh yeah, it's the same topic. Like we are social with everyone. Like we can go to party, wherever. Okay, so like Emma said, like if you see vegan, just say hi, because we are still the same. We are still like still Emma, still everyone, but we just like the difference is only diets. Like the kids, have you ever seen the kids like who eats ramen but they don't put the vegetables and they only so it's the same. So we eat ramen but we don't put meat. That's all. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, plus we have more energy. To be honest, when we become vegan, we feel more like energetic and we have more power. Like if we eat one banana, we have more power and very alert all day. But if I eat like the meat, for me, personally, I feel kind of like the not that energetic, but I need to use like my energy to digest that. Yes, so. This is one thing that I really love. Okay, for the last thing I would say is to be vegan is just to fight the fact that the industry and the commercial didn't tell you, and I know it's very hard to change from the way we used to eat for 20 years or 30 years, but so it's normal to take times. Like for me, I take like for over 2 years to become vegan because I became vegetarian first and then vegan. Yeah, because like also cheese, burger, like milk, it's very hard. But if we know the fact that it's the best for our bodies. If we know the fact, so we will do it anyway. Yeah. So thank you.
We will now have another half-an-hour break where refreshments will again be provided. Before you get up, please take the time to attend all of our audience experience stalls, which are aimed at increasing discussion and facilitating debate about the ideas raised at our event. Also, to increase participation, please refrain from re-entering the drama studio at any point during the break. Thank you. Half an hour, so be back by 5:10, please. Thank you. 4:10. Not 5:10, 4:10.
change that, right? It's this one. This one, you go to on the stage to make it less bright.
That is that one I'm
Iris.
using, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It was
Make
when,
that one.
yeah, it
Yeah,
was that
but
one
when he
that
was
I
asking,
used.
right, it was like confusion. But yeah, but it's this one.
Yeah, I told you it's this one.
Oh, I didn't know. I figured out
I
later.
told you it's this one. This is
Oh.
zoom and this is like next to this is exposure.
I figured out later, like afterwards.
Oh my gosh, yeah. I told you.
But then there was one time where he told me to like, you know the Chinese guy when he was mixing and stuff, right? He was like,
Is he Chinese? Isn't he Thai?
maybe, okay, Thai, Chinese, whatever. When he was like moving, right? Mr. Julian, he was said, I am on shot. And then he asked me to move, like move here, move there. Like on shot, he made me move. Because he moves around, right? So he's like, follow him. Even the Dolphin, so good. And he asked me to like zoom into her face, like only that shot, and then move. Like so, if she moves, I move, and
Oh, that's so cool.
on shot.
I want to listen. Do you want to do it like executive?
Yes, I don't mind.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, so I'll keep this. I need to find. I'm gonna go find my headphones.
Okay.
If I don't, I'm gonna get it.
Just keep it.
Okay. Can I keep it here?
No.
It will lost.
Keep it with you.
Yes, I'll keep it.
headset mic. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Got another one of these head mics. Because they're having problems with the switching over. 1, 2, can you hear me? Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. I'll just walk on the stage to check that the range is enough. It doesn't break up at all. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. This is the other headset mic. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, you get that, okay. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2. What? Well, that's just on the fader. It just needs fading up. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, it was working.
Yeah. 1, 2, 3. Actually, it's a bit knotted. I'm just going to unplug it to unknot it if you want to. Yeah, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. This is another headset mic. 1, 2, 3. Who's speaking next then? Do you know? We can put the mic on. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1. I should fade that down off the feed. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 1, 1. Turn it off for now.
hope you had a very relaxing break. Raise your hand up if you did go to an audience experience stall. I'm so proud of you. For everyone who didn't, do better. Hopefully you'll still get to participate at events like that in the future. Our next speaker is a Thai-Australian artist who creates work that are powerful examinations of the psychological, social, and cultural challenges that women face every day. In endurance performances, she undertakes physical experiments that playfully and sometimes painfully test her body limits. We hope she can ignite your imagination with her colorful talk, as she does in her artwork. Please welcome Kawita Watana Janchai.
Hello everyone, I'm Kawita, and I am a video artist. So I am here to speak to you about ways to transform your pain, fear, and insecurities into power. And I am going to use my video works as examples of ways to do that. Well, first, let me give you a little bit of an introduction to my work. So my work is about work and labor, and how nowadays we work repetitively, we work every day, and we put all of our strength and energy into our everyday job, which is a great thing, but sometimes too much work can lead us to depression, weakness, and we feel unappreciated at times because we feel that we're not enough, that we're not good enough. So my work aims to change difficult situations, change your reactions towards hard work, and turns yourself into a newer, stronger person who turns impossible tasks into easy ones. So at this stage, many of you may wonder what my video looks like from this image. So let's all imagine yourself as a performer of my work. Let's imagine your face is stuck within a block of ice, moving back and forth over and over and over again. Your face is in pain, and your body is also in pain, and you are so scared that you can get a serious injury if you do not shave the knife, if you do not shave the ice properly. And then, as time goes by, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, you start to actually be okay with it. Your body has learned to adjust, and your mind has learned to accept the force of the situation, and you have started to let go. So this has brought me to think, well, everybody knows that pain and sufferings are real, but can we put it down? Can we actually let go of this pain that we have, that we're feeling? Let's imagine yourself as a performer of this next work here. Imagine your face is smashing onto the dustpan full of dust, while your body and neck are covered so tightly with the yellow sticky tape, and you can hardly breathe. You're acting as a perfect broom, sweeping the floor over again. My work expresses roles of females who are seen as the emotional providers of their home, hearts of their home, take carers who takes care of heavy responsibilities in their home. And unfortunately, in some societies, in some levels of societies, women are seen as a sexual object and treated as an instrument of a sexual pleasure. It's true in some societies. So, this leads to their insecurities and fear in their own life. So in my work, there are two questions that I am trying to ask. First, how can we transform pain, fear, and insecurities into power? Second, can these women reduce pain, either physically or emotionally? Let's have a look at the first one. How can we transform pain, insecurities, and fear into power? Well, you can. And the answer is you have to let go of the old version of yourself. How can you let go of the old version of yourself? Let's again try to imagine yourself as a performer of my work. This one here is called the carrying pole. The carrying pole is an example of not only physical endurance, but by carrying perhaps 30 kilograms of bananas, you have to act as strong and powerful as the carrying pole itself to take care of such a heavy weight, take care of such a heavy responsibility. You are so scared that maybe you can fall down onto the ground and get a serious injury because of the weight. Or in this work here, where you have to lift papayas, a heavy weight of papayas, up and down, to transport them non-stop for 6 minutes or so. You can't breathe because of the tight ropes around your chest. Or in this next work here, where you have to lift and balance and weight 60 watermelons that are falling down onto your feet non-stop for 3 to 4 minutes or so. You are scared that maybe one big piece of the watermelon will fall down and hit your face, and you'll get an ugly scar or something. You're a woman, so you're scared that you can get an ugly scar, get a serious injury on your face. But you need to truly believe and trust in yourself that you can do such a task, such a performance, that you're powerful enough to act such a role, that you can carry 30 kilograms of bananas, that you can lift papayas up and down nonstop while you can't really breathe, or while carrying and lifting and balancing 60 watermelons without any mistakes. You have to trust yourself that you can do it, that you're that tool, that you're powerful. And the answer is you let go of the old version of yourself and you transform yourself into a newer, a better, a stronger, a more powerful version to act such a heavy responsibility, act such a role. Let's watch this for a bit. Can we reduce pain, either physically or emotionally? Can we? Yes, we can. And there are actually 3 simple steps that you can do it. Let's have a look at step 1. Step 1, acknowledge your pain. So before moving on and letting go of your pain, you need to acknowledge and you need to understand what caused pain and why you are in pain before moving on and letting go. So acknowledge your pain. During my research, I was reading and studying about the key of meditation, that when you put yourself in a meditative stage, you're only in a present moment, and you let go of any negativities, any fear, any suffer, because you're only in the present moment, that you only focus on that moment, on yourself at that moment, while carrying these amount of rice, heavy weight of rice. You realize that you're suffering from this weight. You realize that your arms are probably not strong enough for this weight. This is when you acknowledge that you're in pain. This is when you acknowledge that you're suffering. Then you let go. Not on the outside, but let go. Accept it. Accept that it happened and deal with it. Here comes number two. Accept and deal with your pain. How are you going to accept and deal with your pain? So there are times in your life where you have to face with some kinds of violence, either physically or emotionally. But you need to remember one thing, to never run away from the situations. Don't run away from your problems. Remember that you have no control of other people's actions, reactions. You have no control of the situations. But what you have control of is yourself. So you need to deal with it and accept it and accept that it happened. Many of you may ask, well, how are you going to deal with it when you face such violence, that you face such difficult situations? Here comes number 3. Push your limits. For those of you who can constantly push yourself forward, who can constantly push your limits, that's really great for you. That's really great. But for those of you who feel weak, that you can't push your limits, that you can't deal with the situations, well, maybe that's not always a bad thing, that you feel that weakness. Because when you reach a certain point of weakness, it means that you endured enough to reach that certain point of weakness. And endurance means that you're inside strong. Endurance means that you're strong in the inside. So when you endured long enough that your sense of self is lost, that's not always a bad thing either. Your sense of self is lost. Why is that even a good thing, right? But think about it. When your sense of self is lost, it means that you're no longer limited to this, to your usual physical and psychological limits. It means that you can break through all limits you've ever known. And you transform yourself from that weak person, endured long enough, and you transform that to a newer version of yourself, a better, a stronger, a more powerful of yourself by your endurance, by pushing your limits. Let's have a look at this one last work here. And imagine yourself as a performer of this one last work here. You're being pushed, being washed in a bucket full of water. You're being pushed in a violent way. You're being drowned. And you have to find some rare moments to breathe. Looking at this girl from another person's point of view, they may think, she's weak. She let that happen to her. How can she let that happen to her? But remember what I said. You can't really control other people's actions. You can't control other people's reactions, situations. You can't control the violence that you're facing with. Try to put yourself in her shoes. She's not weak. She endured quite a long time. And this is not going to kill her because she is trying to find some rare moments to breathe. She's trying to survive. And this is what I call strong. My work is only a metaphor for any hard, any difficult situations, any violence that you have to deal with in everyday life or at some certain point of life. And my work states that endurance and resilience, holding on as tightly to yourself, are in fact a way to develop yourself as a person. The aim of life is self-development, and therefore, transforming yourself into a better, a stronger, a greater, a more powerful version is necessary. Let go of your fear, of your insecurities. Let go of your pain. And you become a person you've ever wished to be. Thank you very much.
Thank you for sharing your work and ideas with us, Kawita. Our next speaker is a Year 13 student at St. Andrews who will be speaking about her experience and the experience of many others of being a third culture kid. Please welcome Andriana Jacob onto the stage.
Hello. So, most of us like to travel, to see new places. But what happens when traveling isn't just that anymore? Being a third culture kid is a growing phenomenon in the world today, and that's what I'll be talking to you about. My name is Andriana Jacob. I'm 17 years old, and I had an idea. So, what does it actually mean to be a third culture kid? Well, according to Ruth Van Rieken, a third culture kid is a person who has spent a majority of their developmental years outside of their parents' culture. The third culture kid forms relationships with many of the cultures that they encounter while never really owning any of them. And she was the first person to coin this term, and she coined this term in the mid-50s, when this was still very early in the research of third culture kids. And this term was initially only used to describe children of American citizens who were living and working outside the US. But now, this phrase has come to a much more international meaning. So third culture kids are no strangers to change, as this is often what defines us. Our adaptability, our willingness to try new things, and our open-mindedness. And sometimes I see people who are so rigid in what they like or don't like that they're unwilling to try new things or visit new places. And I'm sure we all know those tourists who will come to a new place, and the only thing that they're actually willing to eat is McDonald's. And I find that so limiting, because new places require new experiences. And by limiting yourself in that way, how are you ever going to have any new experiences? And this is a view that third culture kids often adopt, as we're forced to. So personally, I've lived in 5 different places, even though I'm only 17 years old. And I honestly hope this number increases as time passes, as it allows me to have those new experiences. It allows me to try those new things. So one of the biggest challenges to being a third culture kid is the sheer number of large life transitions that we have to go through. And these don't just encompass moving, but it encompasses the normal developmental changes that we go through as children. And also, often, when you are a third culture kid, you often go to schools with other third culture kids. And this requires you to be prepared for them to leave, as often this is the lifestyle that third culture kids have. And I know that's quite depressing, right? The thing is, though, every transition opens new doors. You get to see a new place. You get to see a new culture. You get to experience all of the different stages of your life, perhaps in different places. So you may have your first crush somewhere where you might be able to make new friends when old ones leave somewhere else. And you might not retain those old friends, and that's okay. So friends are also a huge issue for third culture kids, as there are major upsides and downsides to this. But because of all of the moving around that we do, third culture kids don't often have a very strong link to their early years. And we may remember snapshots of our early life, or we may have pictures that our parents have taken. But the thing is, personally, I don't have any friends from before I was 9 years old. And that's okay, because I've made such good friends now. And I hear stories from friends about their oldest friends from when they were maybe 1 or 2 years old, and there's always that feeling of wistfulness that, what if I could have that? If only I had that. But the thing is, the way I deal with it is by thinking that each one of our lives is tailored to us. I deal with it by thinking about the amazing experiences that I've had, even though I'm only 17 years old. I think one of the greatest ones was obviously being kissed by a Disney princess when I was 7. And that's something that I remember. It's something that I cherish. And the consequences of this is that the friends that I do keep in touch with, I know that they matter. Because it's the friends that you make an effort for that matter. And this isn't just for third culture kids, it's in general. If you have a friend across time zones, if you have a friend whose schedule is really, really busy, but you manage to keep in touch with them anyway, but you manage to find time for them, you know that it's worth it. Because the friends you make this way are friends that you know you have for life. And I honestly think there's no better feeling than knowing that you have a friend who's always going to be there for you. So moving around is also a large consequence of being a third culture kid. And the thing is, I think that it's much easier to deal with when you're younger. Of course, I'm still young, so it may still get easier for me. I'm not sure. But so far, the hardest change has been in my adolescent years. And this was essentially when I moved to Bangkok. And it's because at that point in your life, everything feels so important, as it does in any point of your life. It feels so important, your school, your work, your friends. And you may just be seeing that your life is starting to go where you want it to. And at that age, maybe you have all of your popular friends, you have all of your good grades. Maybe your parents are starting to let you try makeup for the first time. And these are all things at that age that perhaps define success for you when you're 12. And it's leaving things like that behind that are so hard, because you tend to realize what you're leaving behind. And that's what makes it so tough, especially for third culture kids, because we never know if we'll be able to go back to that country, if we'll be able to see those friends again. And the thing is, so far, I haven't. And that's okay. And instead of going to old places and revisiting old memories, I've made new memories with the friends that I had in other places, and with my parents as well. So we've always chosen to visit new places. And this gives me new experiences. And it's frustrating in its own right, because you do feel, I'm never going to get to see those friends again. I'm never going to be able to eat that meal in my favorite restaurant that I used to love. But at the same time, I got to see many more places. I got to experience many more cultures than I would have, even if it was just for a moment when traveling. And, you know, I guess what I'm trying to say is that it's much harder to leave things behind when you know what it is that you're leaving behind. And it gets tougher as you get older because you have more things to leave behind. That said, one of the biggest issues for third culture kids is obviously cultural barriers itself. So there are so many that third culture kids could encounter, or anyone for that matter. And it's not necessarily only from your expected sources, from strangers on the street, but sometimes it's from people that are quite near and dear to you, and you don't really know what to do about it. So let me tell you a story. So 2 of my closest best friends when I was quite young did something that even when I think about it now still surprises me. They said that they wouldn't be friends with me for the color of my skin. Mind you, we were all of 7 years of age and I'd already encountered racism, which is just really depressing. But the thing is sometimes when you're in a particular area, people don't know what to expect, and that's okay. But sometimes that fear reflects itself onto you, and you find yourself in a situation where you don't know what to do apart from kind of curl up in a ball and cry. And 7-year-old me learned that lesson all too well. But the thing is that present me knows that it's okay to want to do that once in a while, as long as that's not the constant state you're living in. So, apart from racism and other more obvious cultural barriers, there's one that people don't think about that often, and this is, I think, mainly applicable for third culture kids, and it's parents, actually. And obviously there's the really obvious ones, like the countries that you're moving to and the language barriers and all of the culture that you may not have encountered yet. But often it's hard for your parents to understand why you're growing up and your set of values may be entirely different to theirs. And the thing is that because we've grown up outside of our parents' cultures, because we have our own experience, because we've experienced things in our own way, we're invariably going to form opinions that are different to our parents. And we'll form opinions around subjects that are perhaps controversial. And I think perhaps this is why the stigma around topics like sex and the LGBTQ community are reducing. I think it's great. I think it's development. And honestly, I think that the best thing parents can do is install in their child the intrinsic values of kindness and open-mindedness and truth. Because invariably from our own opinions, we will form them. And we may not have those same cultural stigmas that our parents do. And we will form opinions on alcohol, we will form our own opinions upon sex, we will form our own opinions on things even as obvious to some people as democracy. However, keeping in mind all of these things, there are so many bright sides to being a third culture kid as well. You end up being so open-minded, you end up being so accepting, and it's really a wonderful thing to meet all of these other people who may or may not also be third culture kids and find that you have so much in common with them, even if it's in a part of the world you've only recently moved to. So being a third culture kid is tough in its own way, but you know, that's how life is. And it's a wonderful experience. It's a very strange experience. And at the same time, it can also be quite difficult. But the thing is that I wouldn't trade it for anything. My open mind, my inquisitive attitude, my willingness to try new things, these aren't things that I alone have. These are things that third culture kids in general tend to share. And they're all a result of my experiences. And I couldn't have wished for a better life or better opportunities than the opportunities I have right now. And the thing is, whether you're a third culture kid or not, you should appreciate the things that you have, because everything is subject to change. Thank you.
Thank you for your talk, Aandie. Our next talk will be given by someone who's closer home as well. He's been a part of our school community for a long time, up until 2 years ago, actually, when he started attending university upon graduating from St. Andrews. His talk is centered around something everyone, everywhere should be talking about, universal design, which is the process of creating products that are usable by people with the widest possible range of abilities, operating within the widest possible range of situations. Please welcome Supanut to the stage.
Make the right real. What do you think when you heard this sentence, this phrase? You might think it is a campaign of some sort, and you are most likely right. It is a campaign designed to promote the rights of people who suffer from disabilities of different kinds. So, hello everyone, my name is Supanut Lipai-Somboon. I am a computer science student at Mahidol University International College. This is my second year now, and today I will be talking about universal design. And so today I will be talking about the concepts of universal designs, like the overview. I'll be talking about the problems from my research and the potential solutions to the problem and some potential arguments against this, like why some people do not want to implement it, something like that. So let's begin. So an overview of universal design. Universal design, according to a journal article titled Maximizing Usability, the Principles of Universal Design, it is a design concept where an environment, in this case a building, public places, products, services, are designed to be usable by everyone regardless of their age or their abilities. There's also another concept called accessible design, but it is different. According to a journal article titled Accessibility, Usability, and Universal Design, Positioning and Definition of person-environment relationship. Accessible design implies two groups of population. So there's one people who are normal and another group of people who are disabled, basically. This can create discrimination, stigmatization, and so on and so forth. Universal design, on the other hand, implies only a single group of people. So everyone together in the same community. And universal design actually have 7 principles, 7 concepts. There are examples like simple and intuitive use, flexibility in use, low physical effort, tolerance for error, perceptible information, size and space for use, and so on and so forth. Now, I am going to expand on a few of them which I think is somewhat important. So, low physical effort. What does this mean? Is that a person using any facility in the building, like elevator or entranceway, doesn't have to put in so much physical effort. So a slope should not be so steep that a person in a wheelchair find it very, very hard to get up to the building. Or worse, there's no slope at all but stairs. And that's lots of physical effort. And perceptible information. So this simply means information is conveyed to the user in a way that he or she can understand, basically. And tolerance for error means design is designed to cause the minimal consequence if the user did something that is unintended, basically. And now on to the problem. The first problem I identified from my research is that not many people are aware of what universal design is. According to my own research, more than half of the people I surveyed some months ago don't know what it is. It's over 60%, which is a worrying figure. And only a little more than half, more than a quarter, around 30% knows what it is, what universal design is. This figure is quite worrying. And this leads on to the second problem straight away, is that most buildings inside Thailand are not designed with universal design. According to surveys conducted by volunteers from Mahidol University Disability Support Service, some buildings don't have sloping entranceway. Some buildings, they have elevators, but they don't have like audio indicators for when the doors are opening and closing, so on and so forth. Just to give you an example from my own experience, the International College building inside Mahidol, they have 3 elevators, but only one of them have braille, audio, and audio indicators. The other building, which is the Humanities and Languages building, most students, like in my college, they call it the EC building, English Communication building, have no sloping entranceway at all, not even an elevator. So it's gonna be incredibly hard if, let's say, a student in a wheelchair have to get to his or her English class or language class. It's gonna be insanely difficult. And also another problem is that disabled people feel that they're not being given the same priority. So according to the Asia Pacific Development Center on Disability, shortened as APCD, which is an organization dealing with this issue, as of 2007, there are around 2 million disabled people in Thailand. Now, this may seem not a lot at all, but 2 million is still a large number. And as a whole, in the Asia Pacific region, is something like 600 million, and that's way, way a lot. And now, on to the solution. The first solution is obviously to educate the people of universal design, what it is, the principal concepts like principle of universal design, 7 of them. And the second solution is to ensure that disabled people are involved in the design process. This solution is specifically aimed for building designers, planners, and businesses. By including these people, they feel that they are being cared of, their voices are being heard. So people in a wheelchair, they may say hey, the building, we need to have the entranceway should be accessible with wheelchairs, something like that. And the final solution, which is obvious, is to actually implement the universal design. So installing elevators, with audio indicators, braille labels. If there already an elevator already exists, retrofitting them with these features. Now, some people may say why? Some people don't like it. They may say what the arguments is. Universal design, there's only very few disabled people. 2 million is not a lot. It's not worth it. My response is, it is true that it is not a lot, but these people deserve the right to use the facilities, the building, public places. Another counter opposition could be well, if we renovate buildings, we have to close the whole building down, department stores, old building. We will lose money. Well, that is true, but think of it this way. In the long term, if you can attract people, even if they're in a wheelchair, they're visually impaired, to your department store, for example, you'll be able to gain more revenues, and you'll be able to promote, use universal design as the unique point of sales. And this will result in long-term profit. And just to sum everything up, so universal design is a concept where like environment, the facilities, public places are designed to be like usable by everyone, regardless of their age, their abilities. There are 7 concepts which I already briefed you all about. And there are a few problems which I have already identified in my research. So like lack of awareness, the universal design is missing in public places, and disabled people are not being given the same priority. And already given you like the solutions, or like educate the people on universal design, and like include people, the disabled people, even elderly people, like people who are like already like in their 70s, 60s in the design process. So you know like what they actually need. And the last solution is to implement the design itself. So like installing elevators, so on and so forth. And I also already covered some like counter arguments, like why some people may think like, well, it is not necessary, it's gonna cost too much, so on and so forth. And if you want to learn more like about like this ongoing campaign, like learn more about this issue, you can visit www.apcdfoundation.org. APCD Foundation is one word, no spaces, all lowercase. And finally, I would like to end by repeating the campaign I said earlier and add it with my own appeal. Make the right real. People with disabilities around the world deserve a better world than this. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech, Net. It was very enlightening. We again have an official TED video as a supplement. 2 sisters are on a mission to stop plastic bags from suffocating their beautiful island home of Bali. They've been pretty successful because they convinced their governor to commit to a plastic bag-free Bali by 2018.
Bali, island of gods.
A green paradise.
Or a paradise lost. Bali, island of garbage.
In Bali, we generate 680 cubic meters of plastic garbage a day. That's about a 14-story building. And when it comes to plastic bags, less than 5% gets recycled.
We know that changes the image you may have of our island. It changed ours too when we learned about it. When we learned that almost all plastic bags in Bali ends up in our drains, and then in our rivers, and then in our ocean. And those that don't even make it to the ocean, they're either burned or littered.
So we decided to do something about it. And we have been working for almost 3 years now to try to say no to plastic bags on our home island. And we have had some significant successes.
We are sisters, and we go to the best school on earth, Green School Bali. Green School is not only different in the way that it is built out of bamboo, but also in the way that it teaches. We are taught to become leaders of today, something a normal textbook cannot match.
One day, we had a lesson in class where we learned about significant people, like Nelson Mandela, Lady Diana, and Mahatma Gandhi. Walking home that day, we agreed that we also wanted to be significant. Why should we wait until we were grown up to be significant? We wanted to do something now.
Sitting on the sofa that night, we brainstormed and thought of all the issues facing Bali. And one thing that stood out to us the most was the plastic garbage. But that is a huge problem. So we looked into what was a realistic target for us kids: plastic bags. And the idea was born.
We started researching, and let's just say the more we learned, there was nothing good about plastic bags. And you know what? We don't even need them.
We were really inspired by the efforts to say no to plastic bags in many other places. From Hawaii to Rwanda and to several cities like Oakland and Dublin.
And so the idea turned into the launch of Bye Bye Plastic Bags.
In the years that we have been campaigning, we have learned a lot. Lesson number 1, you cannot do it all by yourself. You need a big team of like-minded kids, and so we formed the Bye Bye Plastic Bags crew. The volunteer team includes children from all over the island, from both international and local schools. And together with them, we started a multi-layered approach based on an on- and offline signature petition, educational and inspirational presentations at schools. We raised general awareness at markets, festivals, beach cleanups, and last but not least, we distribute alternative bags. Bags like net bags, recycled newspaper bags, or 100% organic material bags, all made by local initiatives on the island.
We run a pilot village home of 800 families. The village mayor was our first friend, and he loved our t-shirts, so that helped. We focused on making the customers aware, because that's where the change needs to happen. The village is already 2/3 along the way of becoming plastic bag free. Our first attempts to get the government of Bali on board failed. So we thought, a petition with 1 million signatures, they can't ignore us, right?
Right.
But who would have guessed 1 million signatures is like 1,000 times 1,000? We got stuck. Till we learned lesson number 2. Think outside the box. Someone mentioned that the Bali airport handles 16 million arrivals and departures a year.
But how do we get into the airport? And here comes lesson number 3, persistence. Off we headed to the airport. We got past the janitor, and then it was his boss's boss, and then the assistant office manager, and then the office manager, and then we got shuffled down 2 levels and thought, well, here comes the janitor again. And after several days knocking on doors and just being kids on a mission, we finally got to the commercial manager of Bali airports. And we gave him the bioplastic bag speech, and being a very nice man, he said, "I cannot believe what I'm about to say, but I'm going to give you authorization to collect signatures behind customs and immigration."
In our first hour and a half there, we got almost 1,000 signatures. How cool is that? Lesson number 4, you need champions at all levels of society. From students to commercial managers to famous people. And thanks to the attraction of Green School, we had access to a steady stream of celebrities. Ban Ki-moon taught us that Secretary Generals of the United Nations don't sign petitions. Even if kids ask nicely, but he promised to spread the word, and now we work closely with the United Nations.
Jane Goodall taught us the power of a people's network. She started with just 1 Roots and Shoots group, and now she has 4,000 groups around the world. We are one of them. She's a real inspiration. If you're a fellow Rotarian, nice to meet you. We are Interactors, the youngest department of Rotary International.
But we have also learned much about patience,
how to deal with frustrations,
leadership,
teamwork,
friendship.
We learned more about the Balinese and their culture.
And we learned about the importance of commitment.
It's not always easy. Sometimes it does get a little bit hard to walk your talk.
But last year, we did exactly that. We went to India to give a talk, and our parents took us to visit the former private house of Mahatma Gandhi. We learned about the power of hunger strikes he did to reach his goals. Yes, by the end of the tour, when we met our parents again, we both made a decision and said, we're going on a hunger strike.
And you can probably imagine their faces. It took a lot of convincing, and not only to our parents, but to our friends and to our teachers as well. Isabel and I were serious about doing this. So we met with a nutritionist, and we came up with a compromise of not eating from sunrise to sunset every day until the governor of Bali would agree to meet with us to talk about how to stop plastic bags on Bali.
Our Mogok Makan, as it is called in Bahasa Indonesia, started. We used social media to support our goal, and already on day 2, police started to come at our home and school. What were these 2 girls doing? We knew we weren't making the governor look his best by doing this food strike. We could have gone to jail. But hey, it worked. 24 hours later, we were picked up from school and escorted to the office of the governor.
And there he was, waiting for us to meet and speak, being all supportive and thankful for our willingness to care for the beauty and the environment of Bali. He signed a promise to help the people of Bali say no to plastic bags, and we are now friends, and on a regular basis, we remind him and his team of the promises he has made. And indeed, recently he stated and committed that Bali will be plastic bag free by 2018.
Also, at the International Airport of Bali, one of our supporters are planning to start a plastic bag-free policy by 2016.
Stop handing out free plastic bags and bring in your own reusable bag is our next message to change that mindset of the public.
Our short-term campaign, One Island, One Voice, is all about this. We check and recognize the shops and restaurants that have declared themselves a plastic bag-free zone, and we put this sticker at their entrance and publish their names on social media and some important magazines on Bali. And conversely, that highlights those who do not have the sticker.
So, why are we actually telling you all of this? Well, partly it is because we are proud of the results that together with our team we have been able to reach, but also because along the way we have learned that kids can do things. We can make things happen. Isabel and I were only 10 and 12 years old when we started this. We never had a business plan, nor a fixed strategy, nor any hidden agendas. Just the idea in front of us and a group of friends working with us. All we wanted to do was stop those plastic bags from wrapping and suffocating our beautiful home. Kids have a boundless energy and a motivation to be the change the world needs.
So to all the kids of this beautiful but challenging world, go for it. Make that difference. We're not telling you it's going to be easy. We're telling you it's going to be worth it. Us kids may only be 25% of the world's population, but we are 100% of the future.
We still have a lot of work to do, but know that we will not stop until the first question asked when arriving at the Bali airports will be, "Welcome to Bali. Do you have any plastic bags to declare?"
Om Shanti 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 Om.
Thank you.
Actor, model, mother, and activist. Our next speaker is master of many trades. Her speech will be talking about the nature of communication today, its impact on our identity, and how we need to be accountable for what we say and how we say it, specifically via social media. Please welcome Cindy Bishop to the stage.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here. This is such an amazing event that we can come together to have meaningful conversations, to inspire thought, and to create the change we want to see. Tough act to follow after those 2 girls, but it's pretty much along the lines of what I wanted to talk to you about today, and that's about communication. Specifically, how we communicate shapes our identity, shapes who we are, how we see the world, how the world sees us, and how to inspire positive change we want to see in the world. Now, that can all sound very lofty and idealistic, but you know what? That's the only way we can move forward. And specifically, you know, social media is such a new phenomenon, well, relatively, it's new for me anyway, but it has such a profound impact on the way we communicate now. And if you think about it, it just breaks down into 3 things. thinking about what it is you want to say, choosing the right words and the right platform in which to say it. And more importantly than ever, it's being accountable for what you say. And I'm not just talking about communicating with each other, with your friends and family. It's communicating with the public, the world in general, specifically with social media. Now, when I was a lot younger than you are today, I mean, the only way that I could actually call my friend was to call her on the landline. This was way before mobile phones. I sound really, really old when I say that. But it's true. I mean, she'd have to be physically sitting at her kitchen table or in her bedroom before we could have a conversation, you know. Then it got a little bit cooler. We got cordless phones, and now we can actually walk around our room and talk. Oh, the freedom of it all. Then when I was in high school, we had these cool things called pagers. These little gadgets that you could wear on your belt, and people could send you their number, and you'd know that they were trying to get a hold of you. Then it got real fancy, and people could actually text you, send you a text message on this little pager. But it still involved you picking up the phone and talking to an operator, which was fine, although it got a bit tricky when you're talking to a Thai operator in English. You know, hey, you want to hang out later? อะไรนะคะ hang out hang out สะกดยังไงคะนี่เราไม่สามารถที่จะพูดคำหยาบได้นะคะ no it's not a swear word forget it anyway it was what it was. So this, you know, fast forward to today, there's smartphones, there's all these cool gadgets. You can have 10, 20 multiple text conversations going that last days, years. You have group chats, you have Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, Twitter. You have all of these different platforms in which you can communicate who you are, what your views are, and you know, it's just so fascinating for people who have seen the whole gamut of it. You know, its communication has been forever changed. So realize that is so powerful now. The words that you can project out into the world are so instantaneous, so far-reaching. And because we have the opportunity to use all these different platforms, we have a responsibility also to be accountable for what we're saying. There's a question that I've always been really interested in, and it's about language and culture, and whether language shapes culture. And it's a pretty fascinating question. There's a lot of research that's been done on it by, you know, psychologists, sociologists, linguists, and that's whether the language we use shapes our culture, or is it vice versa? Many of us are bilingual, trilingual, multilingual people, and for me personally, I know depending on the language I speak, my emotions are different, my experience is different. It could be the same bedtime story I'm reading to my kids, but whether I'm reading it in English or in Thai, I feel differently. So definitely, I think we can all agree on that language is central to our experience as human beings. It's how we view the world, it's how we show the world who we are, you know? And I think that because that is so important, like I said, we have to be accountable for what we're saying. Now, if language shapes our identities, now that we have all these different platforms in which to be who we are, does the verbal language that we speak face-to-face to people and the text language that we are using now on our screens and keyboard, are they the same? Does the texting and all the Facebook posts or everything we do on social media, do they reflect your authentic self, like as you would be if you were talking to someone face-to-face? The reason I bring this up is talking to somebody, having a conversation with somebody face-to-face can be very different than having that same conversation via text. Think about it. It's, you know, if you're talking to someone, they're getting a lot more than just the words coming out of your mouth. They're picking up on your nonverbal cues. They're seeing your body language. They're seeing your facial expressions. They're seeing if you're sarcastic or if you're sad. You don't get that when you're sending a text. Although some of you might say, we've got stickers, emojis. Well, you know, I hope the range of facial expressions that we can generate with our muscles will never, ever be replaced by an emoji. The other thing is, when you're texting, there's a certain amount of time that passes before you actually hit that send button. You can edit the words, you can make sure it's exactly what you want to sound like. It's not as spontaneous. And vice versa, the person responding to you, their responses are edited and programmed. Now, on the flip side, a lot of people may say, well, actually, I find myself being able to speak about difficult subjects easier when I'm texting because they don't feel the pressure of someone watching and waiting for your response. And that's fine. Whatever the condition is, I'm just saying we should be aware of this and whether our verbal language that we're using and our texting or technological language that we're sending out is the same. And I wonder if our identities via text or on all these social media platforms, are they all the same? For example, a lot of people have a Facebook account, Instagram, Snapchat. Are all of our identities on these platforms the same? Are we aware of that? Do we mean to have them a little bit different? I mean, we all do it to some extent, right? You have the Facebook post and you edit it to sound a little cooler, maybe add a quote in there, sound a little bit more mysterious, a little cryptic, and that's fine. Just be aware of that. We know that you're doing that because it's, whether we mean to or not, we can sometimes confuse or dilute our identities just a little bit. And moving forward, who knows what other kind of technological advances or communication opportunities we have. And because our words are powerful, and because communication now is so far-reaching and instantaneous, the effects of what we communicate are also far-reaching and instantaneous. And words are powerful, and they shape our identities. Our words will also affect and shape identities of others. And therein lies the challenge. Realize that our words can be powerful vehicles for change, to create an argument, to have a meaningful conversation, to show support and love. And they can also be very, very powerful vehicles to instill hate and fear and prejudice, which brings me to the topic of bullying. The nature of social media is such now that as soon as you hit that send button, your words are broadcast to the world, not just to your followers, to the world, because all it takes is another retweet, another share, for your message to potentially impact millions. It's just the nature of it. And we have now the capacity to communicate with someone directly and instantaneously. And we have to be responsible for what we're saying. I bring this up because I've been the target of some pretty nasty cyberbullying. It happened last year because of something I said on a reality TV show that I was hosting. Basically, some fans took offense to what I said, and I got slammed for it. I got slammed hard. It didn't last that long, but it was horrible. And I believe me when I say I would not have wished this on my worst enemy. It was coming, it was very, very hard to take. One, because I was not expecting it, just the full capacity of it. Two, I was reading a lot of it, which is not a good idea. So finally, I had to take a break from my social media and just regroup and realize that, okay, this is just a few diehard fans venting their frustration. But there was a lot of other people that just jumped on the bandwagon for the opportunity to say something nasty, to make them feel powerful. And that is the definition of a bully. Someone who is so sad and so hurt inside that the only way they can feel better about themselves is to make someone else feel bad. And I like to think of myself as a pretty confident, successful, mature woman. So for me to get affected by that so much, I can only imagine how it would feel to a teenager or someone younger who's just trying to find herself or himself and her voice. So I don't think I need to say, don't be keyboard warriors hiding behind another profile just to say mean things. I think that's a very cowardly thing to do. I am inviting you, though, to take a closer look at how you have been communicating, whether it be texting or via social media, and be accountable for what you are saying. My daughter came up to me, she's 7 years old, not too long ago. She said, "Mom, there's a boy who's saying mean things to me. He's calling me names." And I instinctively told her, "Well, you gotta say this. This is what my mother told me, and that sticks and stones will break your bones. Names can never hurt me." You know, I told this to her because I know she's gonna maybe toughen her up a little bit and deflect some of the pain, but you know what? Names hurt. Words can hurt a lot. And you know, it's one thing to say what you feel, but it's another thing to actively say something horrible to somebody else. And we have to be accountable more than ever for the language that we're using. You guys live in a world now where everything you do is recorded. Everything can be retweeted and shared. All it takes is a screenshot. And all it takes is, you know, the right message at the right time with the right conditions to go viral. Or alternatively, the wrong message at the right time to go viral. And it's not about the threat of being caught saying something mean or doing something that you shouldn't be doing. It's about having integrity and being proud to know that the same person that you're representing using your words on social media is the same person you are inside. So be sincere, be kind. I think the world would be a much nicer place if we all, you know, were more accountable for what we're saying. And because words are so powerful, let's use those words and that language to inspire the good we want to see in the world. A lot like these young people here today that we're talking and, you know, step in the new direction. Use the power you have at your fingertips and the language that you choose to use to be the voice of reason, to be the voice of truth, and to be the voice of positivity. Thank you.
Thank you for an engrossing talk, Cindy. Our next speaker will focus on the idea of music in the 21st century while recapping all of the eras of music, such as Baroque, classical, and romantic, as well as 20th century music, and say how music will go on in the future with the use of technology. Please welcome Taisei, one of St. Andrew's own music aficionados, to the stage.
Hello. Well, us, we have one thing in common, which is music. I believe that music is a very significant part in our life because, well, it is in our life as when we're young, when we give birth, until the day we die. Give birth. Well, let me give you an example. When you're around 2 to 4 years old, you might have heard different lullabies or different folk stories. And, well, for example, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. You might all have heard it. Well, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star is a composition done by Mozart when he was 300 years ago. Well, how is a composition done by Mozart 300 years ago still remain right now? Well, it's all to do with musical historical context, which I'll be talking about today. In musical history, we have 6 different periods, which is the Renaissance period, the Baroque period, the Classical period, the Romantic period, the 20th century, and the 21st century that we're in right now. Each have their own distinctive taste, and I will be talking about that today. First of all, the Renaissance period. The Renaissance period is a period in between the 1400s up to the 1600s, when the Baroque period starts. Well, it didn't consist of any complicated or, well, any hard music, and nor of the instruments. The instruments were much, well, simple and, well, less attractive than what we have right now. For example, lute, which is like a little ukulele that was, well, formed 600 years ago, as well as, what else? Flute and recorder, as well as harp. Well, let's listen to a piece by a lute, which was created in the Renaissance period. Well, you can see the simplicity of the music, as well as, well, the architecture was the main key in the music, because, well, music in the Renaissance period was inspired by the architecture in the Renaissance period. And architecture is the Renaissance period, which was, well, smooth, silky, and simple, and so was the music and the melody of the Renaissance period. Next on is the Baroque period. The Baroque period is, I say, the basis of the classical period. And the Baroque period is, well, one of my favorite parts. It consists of composers such as Bach, Vivaldi, and Handel, and it was mostly religious and church-based. And, well, let's have a listen to Handel's Messiah, Hallelujah. As you can see, Handel's Messiah is, well, for church-based. Also, you can hear that violin playing in the first part, meaning that there's more, well, development in the instruments from the Renaissance period. Well, music in the Baroque period is not all church-based. There are different ensembles and different groups that was formed because of the more developed instruments, such as Four Seasons, Vivaldi, Spring. As you can hear, the simplicity of the melody is still in here, while it is leading on to the Renaissance period. The next period is, well, the classical period. The classical period is well known, however, very unexplored part of the era in the musical history. Well, in the classical period, they are, well, famous for the famous composer Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Mozart was a child prodigy, and he composed music ever since he was 4. And, well, in the classical period, more operas became popular because, well, more people were able to afford it. In the Baroque period, well, only the rich people and the royal period, people were able to afford music. However, in the classical period, more of the middle classes were able to afford it. Let's have a listen to The Marriage of Figaro by Mozart. Okay, as you can see, well, there's more instruments, such as the violin, and later on you can hear the trumpets that's being played. Well, the next piece, or the next era, is called the Romantic period. The Romantic period is by far my favorite era. It consists of heavy instruments, such as the brass and the trumpets that's being played. If you can have a listen to Dvorak's New World Symphony No. 9, Movement No. 4. Well, as you can see, there's much more brass instruments and there's more trumpets being played, which creates a heavy texture that I like, personally. However, it's not all, well, oh, I'm a brass, I can play whatever I want. There's certain aspects of Renaissance period and the Romantic period. For example, Chopin's Prelude No. 15, Raindrop, if you can have a listen to it. Or you can hear the, well, simplicity of the melody that was in the Renaissance period. Well, next on, the 20th century. The 20th century is the period that was before the period we are in right now. And, well, majority of the 20th century, the movie industry took over, meaning that there were more like songs for the movies. Example, John Williams is a very good example for one. His theme of Star Wars is just significant. Let's have a listen to it. Oh, you can still hear the brass part, the trumpet playing that main melody. However, it is much more atonal, meaning that you don't know if this, well, piece is sad or happy. Well, more of the dramas and productions, such as The Phantom of the Opera, West Side Story, Les Miserables, and Wicked were created in this period of time, mainly because of the movie industry and how it's being influenced by it. The 21st century, the period we're in right now, what about that? Well, we have different artists from the 21st century that we're in right now, such as Drake, Kanye, Coldplay. And what they have all in common is the use of technology and the EDM, also known as electronic dance music. Well, technology is a great thing for us. It's useful, as you may know. Like everybody's taking photos right now, and this is all because of technology. Speaking of technology, we can make and we can compose music easier than ever. For example, in our school, we have a room called E21, which is right up there, called the Mr. Glenn's room, which contains 19 Macs that students are able to use to compose. Well, this is an important part because, well, composing a music is going on to the future. And composing music is playing with your creativity. And creativity is a great part because without creativity, nothing. Be any classical period, Baroque period, anything. And I believe that it is our responsibility as a younger generation in order to move and step forward into a new direction of music. We shouldn't stay in the same place we are in right now. This is how all of the composers felt, and this is how all of the composers moved on. And I believe that us, as I said again, the younger children and the younger generations are responsible. This is why I believe that music is very significant to us. Now that I have come to the end of my presentation, I would like to play you one piece by John Williams. It's called The Schindler's List. Please enjoy. I'm so scared.
Thank you for that incredible performance, Taisei. Well, it's over, folks. We'd finally like to thank everyone who's here today for making this event possible. Our incredibly talented, compelling array of speakers, our main organizers, our large and dedicated team of Teddy extras who volunteered to set up and manage audience experience stalls, our teacher supervisor, Mr. Kevin Shankly, our videography and technical team who have worked tirelessly to live stream and film this event, and our professional videographer, Mr. Julian Haddon. Of course, we'd also like to thank you, the audience, for being so supportive through the inception and the final culmination of this event. We hope you have a lasting impression of what we've done here today, and remember to take your own steps in a new direction. Thank you all so much, and see you next year. As a final note, please visit the audience experience stalls as you're heading out, just so we can get some feedback that we can use to improve this experience next year. Thank you all so much.